All right, we're going to have an invocation led by Supervisor Metz, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Would y'all join us?
Let's pray. As we gather here today, we pray that we are ever mindful of opportunities to render our service to fellow citizens and to our community. Keep in mind always our enduring values, exert our efforts in those areas and on those things upon which generations can build with confidence. Let us continue to strive to make a better King George. Amen.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, thanks everybody for joining us tonight. We're about to open up public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone an opportunity to speak. Oh, I'm sorry. Thank you. Any amendments to the agenda? We do have one.
Can I make the amendment here, or do I wait till the board of directors? Okay, so I'd like to make an amendment to remove the Service Authority SAO 112, the MOU between Dahlgren West and King George Service Authority.
Second. Properly seconded. Any discussion? Yeah, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair, if I may add one more amendment.
Yes.
Possibly after public comment, I would just ask for 1 to 2 minutes to introduce some new my public-facing staff members, if that's okay.
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, now we'll do public comment. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone the opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comments so that it may be properly included in the public record. And I would also advise you, keep in mind there is a few public hearings tonight, 3 actually, and there'll be a public comment time for each one of those. So you're encouraged to hold off until those hearings actually occur. But this is your time. Use your 3 minutes as you see fit. All right. We didn't have a sign-up list for this period. So is there anybody in the audience who would like to make general public comment at this time? Ms. Lovell.
Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobo, and I live in Presidential Lakes. I want to wish a happy new year, and I hope that you have a wonderful Christmas. Well, some of you have been in the office for a year now, and one of you for 8 years, and one of you just starting. Welcome to Mr. Brian Metz. It's the start of the new year, and the people of King George want you to make the best decisions for the county, like seeing that the Service Authority pays the debt. I have not heard a report from the Finance Department. Also, I will be nice if all of you work together and remember that you work for the people of King George. And you need to be transparent and tell the people what are you doing. Also, I would like you to remind you that only residents of the county should get a decal. I would like to recommend that the new residents, when they move to King George, should register the cars and pay the fee for the first decal. I have heard stories of the decals being given out without verification of residency. I see cars and trucks from Texas, North Carolina, and Florida at the landfill. We need to keep control of the landfill. The Department of Revenue should not just give it the decal to anybody. Also, I want to say that the people working at the landfill are doing an amazing job. It's always clean and well kept. Also, what is some of these builders that have an obsession to build more townhouses in King George? The city of Fredericksburg and Stafford County are full of townhouses. Do they want our county to look like Stafford County? Please don't approve townhouses on the Arnold's Corner. They will cause more congestion with the cars that will come with these 121 new families in the area that is already congested, make it for long traffic lines in Route 3, Hoover Drive, and Roosevelt Drive. In addition, VDOT plans to make an entrance from Hoover Drive to Route 3 a right turn, only forcing people who want to go left to do a U-turn at the high school. Okay, that's it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, ma'am. Do we have anybody else who would like to make public comment? Yes, Ms. McCure?
I'll be quick. Tootie Moncure, James Madison. I'm speaking as a citizen and not as a member of the Planning Commission. First off, I want to thank the current board for all that you do and for listening to the citizens of King George. Your leadership is noted, and while talking to many neighbors, we have learned of years of distrust of previous boards. Many are reluctant to speak, fearing they won't be heard. I truly believe that this board can make a difference. Thank you.
Anyone else? Come on up, Arn.
Good evening. Arn Eliason, James Madison. I ask you to heed the warnings from Loudoun, Prince William, Stafford, Hanover, and Orange counties. Virginia is under siege by applications that threaten to pave over our farmland forever. If approved, these monoliths will obliterate the open landscape that define the northern neck. The open acreage along Kings Highway is our front yard. Would anyone willingly park a row of big box buildings with roaring industrial cooling units in their own front yard? The pressure to develop is predatory. Developers and outside capitalists, people who do not live here, view our open fields and wooded lots as cheap land. As our farmers retire, these opportunistic ventures are pricing the next generation out of the business of farming. If the county rolls out the red carpet with tax incentives and permissive rezoning, then sells us on the promise of data center revenue, we will soon learn that it was an empty promise. Revenues frequently fall way short of projections, leaving residents to manage the fallout. Noise 24/7, 15 years of construction, noise and dirt, more traffic lights on Route 3. The comp plan does not legally require the Board of Supervisors to rezone agricultural land for industrial use just because an outsider bought it. The comp plan is a proposal, not a suicide pact. In fact, our current comp plan is considered to be old and out of date and is beginning to be rewritten at this time. I urge you all to hold the line. We must decide today what King George will be like in 20 years, or outside developers will decide for us. Thank you for listening.
All right, do we have other public comments at this time? And we've had a few people just come in. We do have public hearings coming up. You're welcome to make general public comments at this time, but if it's specific to the public hearing, I encourage you to wait for that time.
Hello, my name is Elena Procus, 6083 Neptune Court, King George, Virginia. My family has had a second home there since 1985 at Fairview Beach. I am here to talk about the application to change a large 300-plus acre property at the intersection of Bloomsbury Road and Kings Highway. A majority of that tract is A1 agriculture preservation, and I emphasize the word preservation, with the submission or developer asking to change the zoning to industrial. If my analysis is correct, approximately 38% of King George is zoned agriculture. The existence of agriculture not only gives King George its beauty, but also preserves an industry that is disappearing rapidly. Due to King George's amount of A1 acreage, the county will be popular with developers. And in the future, proffers are often offered. Then later on, there are requests to amend the proffers, and the county suffers. Please vote against, or at least to defer this change and proceed with caution. Also, I am concerned with the impact of a large data center on our environment. Birchwood Run appears to be part of or close to the application. The Rappahannock, which I kayak on, is close by. Eagles, egrets, all the various wildlife are in abundance there. What would happen if you changed to more industry? If you want to see what happens after a data center is built, just drive by the dump in Stafford County on Eskimo Hill. The devastation to the mature forests, the ecosystems, and the waterways is horrible. The natural drainage will be sure to interfere with Beechwood Run, either through or in close proximity to this application. Preservation of our ecosystem is not frivolous. It is our survival, and science backs that up. There's so many issues, too many to discuss here, but I would like to ask you, would you want, or I would like for you to ask yourself, would you want one of these structures, including backup generators, to be in the view of your home? Please consider this as you vote. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. All right, do we have others that are interested in making public comments? And I will remind you, we do have public hearings coming up where you'll be able to talk about the data center. Come on up, Ms. Payne. What's that? Yeah.
Rose Payne, 15123 Hazelnut Lane. I just have a quick question. I'm wondering what you plan to do with the property where the middle school used to be. It's all cleared off with what looks like a bus that's broken down. I mean, that's a nice piece of ground, and I see where you are going to be selling property. I was just wondering if you have any plans for that particular piece of land. Thank you.
That's fine. Come on up. We got some time.
Yeah. My name's Mike Rutherford. I live at 7434 Kings Highway. I've been in this county for about 30 years. I've seen the good, the bad, and the ugly. I've seen you dig holes and fill them up with water. I've seen you put a power plant up and then you take it down. And all the while, you just keep getting trash trucks in the county. Because I know I live on Route 3. I see them all the time. This data center is probably a godsend for King George County because it could be so good for the kids in this county. You could have a technical institute right there. That way these kids could have a future. And I love flowers. I know there's a flower farm. But if you're going to ask me to pick between the education of my kids or a flower, I think I would take the education. And it being in the front yard of King George, I sit there right there on Route 3 every morning, and I watch the traffic go back and forth. I see it leaving King George more than I see it coming through King George. So if the data center would be gracious enough to come in here and work with us, you could have a joint venture and you could help these kids make a lot of money. You don't have to dig any more holes in the ground, or maybe it might take one or two trash trucks off the road. But I think it would be a good thing, and that's my public opinion. So thank you for letting me share.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else?
My name is Lillian Swain. I'm actually a resident of Stafford County, but you could throw a stone from my house and hit the Madison district of King George. I live right along the Route 3 corridor. And tonight I want to talk about the power grid. As you know, PJM is the largest power grid supplier in the United States. Its 67 million customers include you and me and everyone in this room. Dominion Energy and Northern Neck Electric Co-op are two of the utilities in this grid. This year, for the first time in the last 15 years, PJM is anticipating a power supply shortage throughout the 13 states it serves. And why the shortage? Everybody's favorite word so far, data centers. Unlike Dominion Energy, utilities like Dominion Energy and Northern Neck must, by law, provide the power that things like data centers require. They have no choice. They must build the infrastructure to supply the power, and those costs are passed on to all of us. I just got my power bill last week. It was enormous, as many others have found. A huge 25-acre electrical substation is proposed on Route 3, just across the line in Stafford County. Residents don't need this outsized substation. Data centers do, including those proposed in King George County. You'll be talking about one of them later tonight. The giant skyscraping mega high voltage Kraken loop is proposed to run throughout 5 neighboring counties in Virginia, including through people's yards and over schools. The mega power of this Kraken loop is needed by data center development, not by residential use. You, the Board of Supervisors, are not empowered to approve or disapprove the Kraken loop. That's a state level decision. You can't wave your magic wand, reduce my utility rate, make my power bill lower. Again, that's a state level matter. But what you can do is decide whether you want to contribute to the power grid supply shortage and the related strain on your residents' pocketbooks. If you approve all the data centers that are proposed for King George County, you are contributing to the power grid problem. You, the Board of Supervisors, do have the power to decide problem or solution, enable or prevent. Please think long and hard as you think about the data center later on the agenda, about whether we really need all the data centers that are proposed in King George County. You do have that power. Please use it wisely.
Thank you, ma'am. Anybody else? All right. Did anybody get any correspondence? You want to take yours? You gonna hold it off until then? You're gonna hold off until then? Yeah. Okay, cool.
I've got one. So I think VDOT is in the room today, tonight. I did get a feedback, just passing along. A couple of residents from Claydale said thank you for repairing the potholes on Dahlgren Road in front of Claydale. Right. That's it for now.
Thanks. Oh, we got a new one. Hey.
How y'all doing today? Good? Good. My name is Will King. I am a resident of Stafford. Now, the reason I am here today is because we actually have an asset in common. It's called the Rappahannock Regional Jail. And, you know, there's a lot of things I could say, but I think the thing that's most important for us to understand right now is that we have a crisis of legitimacy in this country. It's in a lot of places, okay? This crisis of legitimacy can be found in almost every single institution in America, to include the justice system. Now, the fact that that lack of legitimacy has basically found its way into the courts is a real problem, right? And not just the courts, but just the entire justice system, okay? I know we want to believe that our law enforcement and our courts are all acting in accordance with the law and that they're all acting in a way that is just and right. But we have evidence that isn't true. Now, I could speak about that evidence right now, but honestly, I don't really have the time. But what I do have the time to tell you is that you are all being put on notice, right? And at the end of the day, we will all meet our maker in the end. Because I just find it so strange. I've always found it very strange how people will say, I believe in Jesus Christ. I believe in that he has saved my soul and that he has forgiven the sins of the world. And yet, we still act in accordance with why Jesus came down from heaven in the first place. You see, in that time, there was an abundance of law and order, an abundance of punishment. And Christ, the thing that was so revolutionary about what he said was he said, no. We all deserve forgiveness, not just from God, but from one another. Because when we forgive people, we allow them the opportunity to become better people. And do you know what happens when you throw somebody inside of a cage? You don't give them a lot of opportunities to be better people. And you're, in fact, making the future of our communities much weaker because you're taking a whole ass person and you're throwing them in a cage and you're like, sitting there, they get out, and you're like, I don't understand why they didn't get any better. Make any of that make sense? Okay? Here's what I'd like you to do. This is one thing you could fix. You could double how much you're spending on medical labor right now. They're understaffed, okay? Just spend your dollars, okay? So be okay, there'll be more.
Right. Any other comments? Mr. Dines, anybody online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there is.
All right.
TM, can you please give your public comment, please?
Yeah, got you loud and clear.
This is unacceptable. I personally was denied the ability to show a PowerPoint for 3 minutes, and yet these companies can show whatever they want. That's why citizens often avoid these meetings. After all that, some board members speak to them condescendingly and derogatory remarks are made about them. Many citizens are highly educated businessmen and strongly understand business. Many hold degrees that would impress most. But most importantly, every citizen has a right to be heard, respected, and considered important by these groups. In closing, I request that any board member that are holding meetings with companies less than 2 stop, that they must be 3, and these meetings must be properly documented. The citizens of King George did not vote you into office for personal agendas. We voted you to listen to the will of the constituents. I'm not asking you to explain these actions, as not all of you have disrespected your constituents in this way. Lastly, the fear mongering about subdivisions on AI properties need to stop. Citizens need to realize and be told by you 10-acre lots are what subdivisions have to be divided into in King George, and rooftops are not what the BOS wants. The statement that this project must be done or a subdivision is disingenuous and must be stamped out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. Mr. Dine, do you have anybody else?
No, Mr. Chairman.
All right, thank you, sir. I'll close public comments at this time and hand it over to Mr. Smolnick.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It's my distinct pleasure to introduce a couple new staff members. You're going to see them out in the community. Some already have. 2 gentlemen sitting in the front row flanking Ms. Southall. A gentleman on the right, Mr. Kyle Kritzer. So Kyle grew up here in King George County. He is exactly what a county administrator wants to see in the growth of an employee. Kyle is in the community engagement department now. He started part-time over at the library. Then you may have recognized his face as he sat in community development for a year plus as a permit tech, and now he moved up to community engagement, helping Amy out with tourism. So just exactly what a county administrator wants to see in the growth of an employee. So you'll see Kyle at a lot of upcoming events here. The other gentleman to Ms. Southall's right is Mr. Trey Henderson. He was hired as the Business Retention Expansion Specialist for the Economic Development Department. If you're looking for a guy to hit the ground running, this is the guy. I had him out on BRE visits, business retention expansion visits, in really his first week of work. Handling it all on his own, comes up with all the questions to ask, hey, Matt, what do you think? I'm like, perfect. So he's been out there, hitting the streets, running, working hard for the county. And fun fact with Trey, he on the side, he's a DJ and an MC. So you may see him on the sides, and I think he does some work up at the Fred Nat Stadium. So you'll see both of these gentlemen around. I just wanted to introduce them to the board, introduce them to the public. Going to be key assets here for both myself and for Mrs. Southall. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, and welcome aboard, y'all. All right, we'll move on to reports of the members. Board reports from the members of the board. Mr. Robotham?
I'm just going to move it on for the evening. We got a lot to do.
Sounds good. Metz?
Biggest one, had a meeting with a constituent. As we look for space needs in general, we're moving some things around because of losing the VOTEC building. In order to do what we want to do with that space, that is going to impact some Parks and Recs programs. And so we have a lot of random space, and I think we'll work. I'll pass this on to Mr. Clark to make sure we're being kind of creative with all the random little spots we have that maybe some of those programs can end up in. So thanks.
Mr. Stroud?
I think appreciate the folks coming out tonight, talking. I think the comments regarding the data center are going to be addressed later, predominantly. On 8 January, I had the pleasure of visiting the Northern Neck Technical Center. Did that with Supervisor Sullins and a couple of school board members, Miss Kathy Hoofer and Mr. Ed Frank, as well as Superintendent Mr. Jesse Boyd and some other school members. We toured the facility and really it was really a good tour. If you haven't been out there before, which I had not been, but they do a lot of great things out there. One of the things I really liked was that the way the staff set the example for the students. They are very engaged. They clean their own space. They don't hire any staff they don't need. So They work with the students. The students work to make repairs on the building, electrical repairs, whatever needs to be done. The students use the trade they're learning to make those repairs as well. So it was really a good visit, and I'm hoping that we can bring some of those things to the county with our own VOTEC as we grow it here. And on 13 January, I attended a meeting with Supervisor Metz and Mr. Smoldick with what used to be Open Roads Renewables. Now they're they're Hanwha. I think they were sold to the company Hanwha. And that meeting essentially centered around the work that they're working on doing with the failed solar effort in Shiloh. There was really nothing other than that they're working modifications. They got a new crew, and they've really got some, I think, enhanced planning with that. That's all I'm going to cover for now. Thank you.
All right. I failed to mention earlier that Ms. Bender, she's homesick tonight, but she is joining us online. So, Kathy, you ready with your board report?
Yeah, I just wanted to wish everyone a very successful new year, and I will keep my comments so I don't lose my voice. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. And Mr. Davis?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. Anne Marie, Trudy, Arn, the loyalists who are always here. We appreciate you. A couple questions. Ms. Payne, you asked a question about the property over there. In the future, what the plan is to be able to connect the road Fox's Way and connect it all the way out there to where that property is, because there's probably going to be more schools out there, which will basically be like move like a bus loop. We'll get all those buses off of there, which will really cut down on traffic, so that they'll have a way just to kind of go through and drive from school to school. That's really, it's going to turn into probably one of the next school campuses in that general area over there, whether it's elementary school, preschool, whatever it's going to be. But it's just a way for us to we want to tie it all together so we can have kind of like one shop right there where all the schools are going to kind of be at for that area. So we don't plan on selling that property. We plan on using it. Data centers. She's right. All the data centers that are being built in Orange and Loudoun and everywhere else are causing my power bills right here in King George to go up. The problem with that is we get all the pain, but we get none of the gain at the same time. So you got to kind of pick what you want. Do you want houses there? It was back in, I think, early 2000s, late 90s, where it was a solar farm was going to be put on that property, and the people came out against the solar farm. They didn't want a solar farm there. It's understandable. You don't want to look at a solar farm. So now it's the future's coming up. So that wants something else to be there. It is agricultural, but in the comp plan, it's designated for industrial. It is agricultural. And the reason why it's agricultural is because you're not going to charge a farmer industrial taxes on his property. So you designate it for industrial as per the comp plan. So everyone who bought property there, who moved there, at the end of the day, if they didn't check that, I'm sorry if your realtor didn't tell you that, because it's been designated industrial for a long time. The comp plan is pretty old, of where industry in this county was going to go. What that's going to look like. If we didn't want a solar farm, and now the people come out, and some people say we don't want a data center. We're going to incur the cost because the data center is going to get built somewhere in King George. Now, the one thing this board has fought advocaatly about is no water is coming out of our Rappahannock River to cool any data center that's ever approved here. It's just not going to happen. There's no water that's going to come out of the ground, out of our aquifer, because we care about our water. And that's one thing. They're not going to put their hands on or touch. So they're going to figure out their sources for that. And whether it's, Dahlgren West was approved, it's air coolant. So there's no water being used except for flushing their commodes. And there's not that many employees that are there every day. So there are mistakes that were made in Loudoun and other counties that we've seen, which is why there's been, Amazon came here and we rejected because they want to take 200 million gallons of water out of our Rappahannock River. Of course, I'm not letting anyone destroy the river and destroy our environment and destroy our town. But we do have to look at ourselves and say, what do we want it to be? Do we want it to be cut up into houses, and that raises taxes, and that raises more police and more fire? What are we going to do to bring in the revenue to support all those things? I can't keep tapping you on the shoulder saying, hey, constituent, can we raise your taxes? Because people don't want to pay more taxes either. So you got to kind of we kind of got to look at holistically and look at the whole picture and say, how are we going to pay for the new schools? How are we going to pay to upgrade this courthouse? How are we going to pay to build another VOTEC center? How are we going to pay off a courthouse, $40 million? How are we going to pay for those things? How are we going to expand these buildings? Because expansion's coming, and we got to figure out how we're going to do that and what's the most logical way to do that and what's going to set this county up for the future. And it is about the kids. It's about the kids. And some people say, what's about the kids in this area? My way it's about the kids is I don't want to take my debt and pass it on to my children so that they can't afford to live here, because that's what's happened to generations that are here right now. The kids I went to school with, their kids can't afford to live here right now. The cost of living is way too much. There's no place for them to live. There's no jobs for them to take on. They have to live somewhere else. So everyone has problems, and there's a bunch of issues. And we have to learn in a sense that everything's not going to be perfectly what we want in one way or the other. And I'm keeping an open mind about it, but I'm also not sold on anything. And Ms. Terry Morgan called in. I've known Terry forever. I've also, the same way that I've sat down and had dinner with the people of Green Energy, I've sat down, Ms. Morgan, and had dinner with you and talked about solar farms and had phone calls with you about solar farms. So to loop us all in as if no one's answering your calls up is not real pleasant about that. And matter of fact, when I was chair, I remember that there were photos all over this room over here where I let you put up an entire display and put on a whole show as to why we don't need solar farms. So I think I've been very, very much fair in that matter. We can't, 3 minutes for each person is because we don't know exactly how many people show up, but we have been gracious and allow people more and more time to speak and go over time limits from time to time. We've also allowed people to come back up and speak. Most of the conversations that you'll see is for the first time you're seeing us have them right here in front of you. There's been no decision made on anything. And I hope, honestly, when it comes to things tonight, that we're not planning on making a decision tonight. I just want to reiterate that on behalf of myself and the board, that I do the best I can every day. I do the best I can for the people of King George. When I ran for the people of King George, I ran, and my motto was from King George and for King George, because that's why I ran. This is my town. There's enough people that came here, and for some reason, when people got off the board, they became realtors, and when people, they moved away and they got into where they were going to make money, and that's not what I'm trying to be about. I'm trying to do what's right for our county and set us up for the future. And there's tough decisions that not everyone's going to like me for, not everyone's going to agree with me about. But I promise you this, that when you speak to me, I do hear you. Just because I don't agree with you, we've come into this way in our country today that if you don't agree with me, that you don't hear me. I still hear you. I hear your concerns, and your concerns weigh on me. And at the end of the day, for every person who comes up to me and tells me they're against something, I have people come to me and tell me they're for something. And that weight falls on us. That's why we did it. I'm not complaining about it. That's why I ran for the position that I'm in right now. And there's some decisions you don't look forward to making either way. You don't look forward to, they weigh on you. They're heavy. You know, when we turned down the solar farm, there's a young lady that wanted to put a sheep farm on that. And when she stood right here in front of me with tears in her eyes, it broke me. It was not easy. Was not easy to do. And it was no selfishness. There was no decision made beforehand. It was made in the moment based on what I thought was best for this county. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I'll give you my report real quick. Engagements that I've had over the last couple weeks. I enjoyed the trip to the Northern Net Technical Center with Mr. Stroud and some of the members of the school board, and got to see some of the programs that are actually pretty much all the programs that are there. There's a lot of cool options that we can bring into our CTE program as the building develops and gets built out. Also got to meet and have breakfast with one of our residents. She's a local realtor who's concerned with what's the progress that's being made with the ZOTAC recommendations and where are those right now. FAMPO policy meeting, planning commission meeting, I got to go to that. And then finally, the Historical Society dinner last Friday night. That was a lot of fun. So I want to thank them for inviting us to that. There's a couple things I want to bring to your attention. I appreciate the enthusiasm here tonight, everybody being here. Please take this information back with you, and it doesn't just apply to King George County, but I've seen a lot of chatter. I've heard a lot of chatter, seen a lot of chatter, Facebook, you name it. You're probably familiar. The newly seated folks down in Richmond that just took office, they didn't waste any time in pushing forward an agenda that's not consistent with what's demonstrated by the voters here in King George. They put forward 4 state constitutional amendments that they've passed both the Senate and House of Delegates. Those measures are now going to be voted on in a referendum. You get to vote on it. As somebody who spent my entire adult life, either in uniform or out of uniform, somehow serving the Navy and our military and our right to vote, it means a lot to me. My kids know they will vote or they'll be written out of the will, okay? So it's important to me. I encourage you to use that opportunity. Those measures are going to be voted on in a referendum. 3 of the measures are going to be brought before us in a November election. However, one's going to be coming up for vote in April. This item seeks to allow the state officials to redraw congressional districts if another state redraws its congressional map mid-decade for reasons other than complying with a state or federal court order. In other words, if Texas, California, Florida, Delaware, you name it, does something, it could trigger a reason for our state to realign our districts here as a means of balancing things. The authority would apply only to congressional districts, not to state legislative lines, but it could change the political makeup of our congressional representation to 10-1 in favor of one party over the other. The measure is expected to come as a referendum in April. I'm not going to tell you how I think you should vote, but I will urge you to get out and vote. This imbalance is not what we're about. In the most recent elections, we were closer to 50-50, not 10-1. So when this comes up in April, get out and exercise your vote. Another thing that I've seen a lot of lately on Facebook is the concern about the quote gun grab and restrictions on our Second Amendment rights and stuff like that. There's been a lot of encouragement for us to reiterate that we are a Second Amendment sanctuary county. Mr. Davis led the charge on that. I think your second to last meeting of the of last year. That's been voted on by a previous board. It was basically reinforced before Mr. Davis stepped away from the chair. That's been taken care of. So I hope you're aware of that. I hope you're comfortable with that. But yeah, these are some important things to take home. And again, if I didn't mention it enough the first time, vote, please vote. All right. Now we'll move on to the consent agenda. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second. We have a motion properly seconded. Do we have any discussion? All right, by roll call. Ms. Bender.
Aye.
Mr. Stroud.
Aye.
Mr. Metz.
Aye.
And Mr. Davis.
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Do we have any constitutional officers present who would like to speak to us tonight? Nope. All right. I'll hand it off to Mr. Robotham to act as chair for the Board of Directors meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Sullins. And with that, I will open up the consent agenda for the Board of Directors. Do I have a motion?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any discussion? All right, nothing heard. We'll take this to a roll call vote. Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Metz?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. All right, next on the agenda, we have the public hearing for this evening. So the King George County Service Authority Board of Directors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding the proposed sale of King George County Service Authority surplus real property at tax map 14 Alpha-2-Y located in the Fairview Beach area and tax map 23 Alpha-4-1 Alpha located in the Presidential Lakes subdivision. I'll first ask for the staff report. Mr. Hamilton?
Good evening. Exactly sure what I'm supposed to provide in this other than I can tell you that I have not received any public comment or written comment regarding this proposed sale of surplus property. I believe I provided the board with a copy of each of the 2 appraisals related to the the value of said property. And it's my recommendation that if we don't receive any other further public input, that we go ahead and proceed with a sealed bid type sale. I could offer a date, potentially Tuesday, February the 10th at 4 p.m., when we would accept sealed bids from potential bidders, and the board could move forward accordingly after I've had a week to evaluate the bids at the February 17th meeting of the Board of Directors. Does that suffice?
I believe so. Is there any questions? That's next. All right, so with that, I will now open the floor for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker to ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address before you make any comment. Is there anybody for public comment? Mr. Dines, do we have anybody online?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you. And with that, I will go ahead and close public comment.
And Mr. Chairman, the public hearing, the public hearing was the hearing.
Public hearing. Yes, thank you. All right, so now that on completion of the public comment, we close public hearing. I will now bring the matter back to the board for any consideration. Is there any action anybody would like to take this evening? Any motions?
I think the action proposed is good. You looking at a date to get together to take sealed bids?
Tuesday, February 10th.
Do we need to vote on that? Or we just come to a consensus?
Can you just repeat that? So did I hear, and then I don't want to be stepping on your toes. I'm just trying to help Senator Stewart out here.
So I believe the motion is to go ahead and accept sealed bids by Tuesday, February 10th, allowing another week for review from the general manager to bring any proposed further actions to the board on February 17th.
I'll second that motion.
All right, motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? Is this a roll call or? All right, by roll call vote, Mr. Sullins?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Mr. Metz?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries. All right, next on the agenda, we have a presentation, Mr. Mark Inboden from Inboden Environmental Services for the monthly utility report.
Good evening, members of the board. Good to see everyone the new year here. We'll start off with our utility report. And as the slides are being brought up, we have some matters to discuss for the water and then also for the wastewater side. All right. So for the water side, we had some issues with the circle system, both involving some of the wells that were there supplying water for that system. Well 2, we had a fault on that well. The maintenance team is working with that. We have increased our monitoring frequency, visiting that facility more frequently to make sure that the water levels in that system are maintained at safe and adequate levels. Circle 1 well had instrument failure due to a frozen sensor due to cold temperatures. Simple fix is put a heat lamp on it and to manage the cold temperatures. All the other monthly bacteriological samples were collected and passed per VDH regulations. For the wastewater side, we are experiencing some interesting influent characteristics at Dahlgren. These influent characteristics show high loading of fats, oils, and grease, or FOG, and they're also showing high septic or anoxic wastewater that's coming into our system. Preliminary laboratory results are revealing that we have in excess of 2,000 BOD coming into our wastewater treatment plant. For reference sake, typical residential influent wastewater should be around 300. And so we're treating multiple times greater than what a facility of Dahlgren's design is capable of. To that end, we've invited one of our trusted vendors, Maryland Biochemical, and they have done analysis on our flock, a microanalysis, and they're looking at some chemical recommendations to combat this. And also additional testing is ongoing. Oakland Park, we had elevated TKN concentrations, and those elevated TKN concentrations did exceed the permit. And these are also stemming from influent waste streams that are over the design capacity of that wastewater treatment plant. Additionally, there is a DO sensor that was recently installed that had a malfunction. The DO sensor essentially ramps up and down the blower of the wastewater treatment plant. The blower is what provides air to the biological process, and that is the heartbeat of a wastewater treatment plant. If that is not functioning as designed or intended, negative consequences will be seen, and that's what we saw at Oakland Park. All Fairview Beach, Hop Yard, Perkins, normal operations, no concerns there. They all passed permit levels. Dahlgren is passing permit limits right now as well under the VEPB's general permit and general nutrient permit. But Oakland Park, we did have TKN violations for the month of December. So that's it for my report. We do provide in your packet on a monthly basis it's about a 30-page report. A lot of good information packed in there, but happy to break down anything that you have, any questions that you have. We can expound on that further.
Anybody have any questions?
Real quick, regarding the fog, maybe like 2 years ago, we had a real push on reducing fog coming into the system. There was somebody assigned to that. Always better to get ahead of this problem. Are you guys assigning somebody the responsibility, going back out to businesses? And
so currently that's on the county.
Yeah, that wouldn't be an in-Bowden issue. That's a collection system issue. Unfortunately, the individual that was hired to do that hasn't worked here in about a year. We've just made a new hire a few months ago for somebody to operate our pump truck, which is kind of the start of that fats, oil, and grease problem. But some of the information that you see there related to things that happened in December or early January are probably related to some maintenance issues that could have been prevented due to backups. And then things go septic, sit in the collection system, and then they come through in a flash, essentially, rather than being in a regulated amount. This is part of the reason that we've got $4 million in bond money to do upgrades to the Dahlgren system, and I'm going to address that in a second in my report.
Thank you.
All right. There are no further questions.
Thank you all.
Thank you, Mark. All right, and moving on, we will turn this over to Mr. Hamilton for the general manager report.
Good evening, folks. My name is Dan Hamilton. I'm the general manager of the King George County Service Authority. First, I want to thank Mark and Bowden for that very thorough report. Secondarily, I want to thank them for their responsiveness and coordination. To be clear, it's important to note that we have a contract operator that's operating our water and our wastewater plants. That does not include the water distribution system, and that does not really include the wastewater collection system. That is something that we have to do collaboratively. And there's been immediate communications about some of these issues we've seen at the plant, particularly the Dahlgren plant. And there's been an effort, at least internally, to try to identify the things that may be causing this. Part of the issue is lack of staff and lack of people to do the type of maintenance that we need to do in the collection system, and we were working on that. The other thing is that there are some pretty serious upgrades that are required at the Dahlgren wastewater plant. We're not currently under any type of consent order with the state in order to do those upgrades, but obviously that's been something that was identified before my time here. Bowman Engineering was hired to do a preliminary study, and in fact, we have them under contract now to help us come up with a kind of a four-step plan, and that includes the expenditure of the $4 million in bonds that was collected, I believe, in late August or early September. So I'll be reporting more on that later. But that is one of the upcoming large-scale projects that we're going to be undergoing. It is the largest wastewater plant in the county, and potentially we could hope to approach the folks over at the Dahlgren base and create a mutual aid agreement. I know they have their own wastewater plant there. I'd like to work on a partnership with them so that we can provide redundancy for each other. But beyond that, I do want to report on a couple other things quickly, and I know it's late tonight. Everybody's had lots to say, and you've got bigger things on your agenda. But since we're already talking about engineering construction projects, there is also the current effort to do upgrades at the Hop Yard wastewater treatment plant. That project is running about on time. It's due to be done by November of 2026, which I can't believe we're already in 2026. We're about 49% of the way through the time to do that project. I think it was a 430-day project, and we're about 30% of the way through the amount that's been billed. We're kind of catching up from the beginning when there was a lot of mobilization and not a lot of activity. It's time to really put the pedal to the metal, but at the moment, the project is on time. That's a $6.35 million project. Sorry if I'm not keep my mouth close enough to the microphone here, but anyway, there's also another project, the Perkins Corner Force Main and Water Main project. It's being executed by, I believe it's Spratt. That project is an $8.5 million project. You'll see quite a bit of activity along Route 3 between the Hop Yard area and the courthouse area here. That project is about 82% complete in terms of time and about 75% complete in terms of the amount billed. We expect that project to be completed in April. If any of you have noted the activity over there near the Food Lion, that's related to both of these projects. That should be wrapped up within the next couple of weeks. We're making some upgrades to our pump stations there. They'll connect to this collection system. In terms of compliance, Mr. Bowden just went over a couple of things that have gone on more recently with the wastewater plants. There are a couple of permits that are up for renewal in 2027. In fact, there are 4 of them for 4 of our water systems. We're working on those water withdrawal permit applications. We're going to need to hire some engineering support. There are a number of things that have been required. Those permits were originally issued, or at least last issued, in 2017. So they renew every 10 years. In the future, I believe they're going to renew every 15. But they require an extensive amount of information, some of which we don't have readily available, and we're going to have to collect, and I'll be reporting back to you about that. Also, in terms of other administrative issues, I believe at the last meeting and the meeting before that, I did report that we had sent out lead and copper letters related to people that had unknown service line materials, which basically means we can't identify what the water line that feeds your home from the meter to your house is made of. That belongs to the customer. It's not a necessity that the service authority would have those records. This was required by the EPA, originally due in September, I believe, of 2024. The original inventory was due, and then letters went out saying, hey, we've identified that your property has a lead service line, which there are none in King George that we're aware of, or we identified that your property had a service line of unknown materials, which meant that we didn't have records. And you got a letter that basically stated the health effects of lead. This is mandated by the EPA.
Mr. Hamilton.
Sorry, you have a question?
Yeah, I do. I just to reiterate, because I think when the letters went out, they were a little bit confusing.
I'm sure they were.
Just because I saw just the way people responded to them. And, oh, great, we have lead now and we pay for this. And so people thought the letters were saying to them that they had lead pipes and that they had lead in their water. And so I took a number of phone calls and emails just reassuring people that the letter was not saying that you do. It was saying because back in the day when, if your house was built in 1970s, 1980s, we don't know what pipes were being run through there at that, whatever that time was. But to reiterate, we didn't find any of that to date of lead pipes in King George. Is that correct?
That's correct. To be crystal clear on this, and I apologize, I know it's confusing. The Safe Drinking Water Act has been around since 1973. I believe it was around 1992 that they implemented the lead and copper rule, which required water systems to begin testing for both lead and copper in drinking water because of the obvious health effects that we don't need to talk about now. But more recently, a few years ago, I think it was in 2022, they updated that rule. They call them the lead and copper rule improvements, I believe, and it required all systems in the entire country, all public water systems, to do an inventory of service line materials, both with what is in the property of, in this case, the service authority, and what is on the property of the customer. In other words, where we make the connection at the meter, from the meter to the residence or the meter to the commercial structure, that's private. We're not responsible for that pipe. However, if it was built before 1972, it's conceivable that there was lead solder used because in 1972, the EPA banned lead solder. So theoretically, they didn't sell it in hardware stores anymore. people didn't use it, but there are other things that could potentially create exposure to lead in your drinking water. However, what we're talking about here, we do test for it. We've never had a result that has come in excess of the maximum contaminant levels. We're talking about parts per billion here. However, if we cannot identify your service line material, in other words, if we don't have the record, doesn't mean you have a lead service line. It means that we have to send you a letter that says your lead service line, your service line material is unknown. And then we have to send that letter that describes the health effects of lead. That language is mandated by the EPA. We cannot change it. In future, I can tell you we will send a cover letter with that letter because I know it was confusing. It was sent out for the first time last year because this is a new rule. Of course, I wasn't here last year. It was sent out again this year, and unfortunately, I didn't get to it ahead of time, or I would have prepared a cover letter this year. But there were roughly 500 or 600 of them sent out through the various systems. I know you all have received inquiries. I've received inquiries in the office. I'm always happy to speak to people and explain this directly to them because it is confusing. But what we're saying is we can't tell you you don't have a lead service line. I can tell you with 99.9% certainty you probably don't. But if we can't say for certain that you don't, we have to send you that letter.
Maybe we need to send out another letter.
I hope that clarifies for people. I apologize for that confusion. I know there was some social media uproar. I'm not a party to that. I don't participate in that. But I don't want there to be any confusion or people to think that we don't take very seriously your public health. This is a federal law, and this is what I'm paid to do. So in any case, I hope that clarifies. Does anybody have questions about that? And I'll hit one more topic and call it a report.
Thank you for explaining it very well. Thank you.
Okay, you're welcome. And again, people, if you've got questions, please contact me. I will speak with you candidly. I can present you test results. We do once a year a consumer confidence report, which is also on the website. It's required by law. It tells you everything that we've had to test for. And if we've ever exceeded a maximum contaminant level, we would have to notify you, if not sooner, through that report. In any case. So I've had some inquiries about that, not a lot, but some, and I'm always happy to clarify. Last but not least, billing. We just sent out the bi-monthly bills for January. There was some change in the administrative change in the system that works with our billing system. We sent out the bills. They didn't apply the amounts to people's accounts, so they got their bill. If they were really fast and went online within 24 hours, there was no charge on your account. You can pay the bill now. You'll have a credit until the invoice is charged by a system, or you can wait. It's just an administrative thing. It should, I think, have been resolved this afternoon. Unfortunately, the billing company was closed yesterday, or we would have fixed it yesterday as well. Last but not least, we've had 2 sewer backups and 2 water leaks so far this year. One of those sewer backups was the one we already discussed that happened at Food Lion that Mr. Davis, I believe you observed. We got that cleaned up pretty quickly. It was related to grease. The other one was at a manhole in the Dahlgren area that had roots in the manhole, needs maintenance. And then we had 2 water leaks, both occurred this past weekend. They were both in the same neighborhood where there's a company installing underground power cable. They clipped one of our water lines twice. So other than that,
you said the one in Dahlgren was grease?
The one at the Food Lion
was grease.
Related to grease, which basically starts to clog up the collection system. The more it clogs up, the quicker it clogs up. It gets worse and worse and worse till the point some of it start to bubble up through a manhole. We went in there and cleaned the whole thing out.
Do we know who was depositing that in there?
Well, we got a pretty good idea, but I'm not going to state anything publicly. That is something, there is requirements for commercial establishments to deal with pretreatment. That's something we need to step up our efforts on.
Yes, sir.
Anyway, I think that concludes my report. I'm happy to take any questions. And otherwise, I wish you all the best of luck with your remaining conversations this evening.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. Appreciate it. And with that, I will look for an adjournment.
I move that we adjourn the Board of Directors to Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026 at 5:30 p.m. in the boardroom of the Revercombe Building located in 10549 Courthouse Drive.
Second.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? And with that, I'll take a vote. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Chair votes aye, motion carries. The Board of Directors is closed.
All right, thank you, sir. All right, the King George County Board of Supervisors will now hold a public hearing that has been properly advertised to receive public input regarding application Z-2022-00021. Green Energy Ventures requests a rezoning with voluntary proffers from A1 to industrial of approximately 300 acres of land. The property is located generally northwest of the intersection of Kings Highway and Bloomsbury Road and is further identified as tax parcels 21-49, 22-46A, and 21-73. As part of the same project and application, the applicant has also requested that the voluntary proffers be applied to tax parcels 21-49A, which is currently zoned industrial. I'll first ask for the staff report. Ms. Angela Furui.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good evening. Mr. Chairman and members of the Board of Supervisors, I am Angela Farugi. I'm here this evening to present to you on behalf of the staff the Green Energy Ventures application for rezoning, special exception, and request for more than one entrance onto a highway corridor overlay district roadway. There's a lot of information in these slides. I know we have a full agenda. I'm gonna try to go through it pretty quickly, but if at any point I'm going too fast, please, slow me down or ask for additional information. As Mr. Chairman mentioned, the location of the parcel of the project in question is at the intersection of Route 3 and Bloomsbury Road. It consists of those four tax maps there, 2149, 49A, 2246A, and 2173. They are zoned A1 and with one parcel already zoned as industrial. The total size of the parcels in combination is approximately 356 acres. As discussed, there are three requests before you this evening. The first one that we will discuss is the rezoning request to rezone from A1 to industrial, those three parcels there. The remaining parcel 2149A is already zoned industrial, as you saw, but it will be subjected to the same proffers if approved. Then the second request comes into play if the parcels are rezoned to industrial. It gives the applicant the ability to request a special exception permit for all four tax map parcels to allow for a data center use in industrial zoned parcels. And then finally, as discussed, the applicant's requesting more than one access to Route 3, which is a highway corridor overlay district to serve the property. In support of these requests, the applicant has provided a zoning plan, traffic impact study, voluntary proffers, narrative statements, noise studies, and many other assessments, all of which should be in your packet. So the first one we're going to get started with this evening is the rezoning. I've already discussed most of this, but the standards and procedures for allowing a rezoning, this is mainly for the audience, is Article 3, Divisions 2 and 3 of the zoning ordinance. And the industrial regulations can be found within Article 4, Division 7. Here's some site-specific information here. As mentioned, the parcels combined are approximately 356 acres in size. The applicant has proposed via proffer to give approximately 18 acres of that to the county and or the service authority to be used as King George best sees fit. The data center is the use that is proposed to contain, data center is the primary use that is being requested, and that's approximately 6.5 million square feet is what the applicant is requesting. The owner's applicant, existing zoning and proposed zoning are all up there. The comprehensive plan that's been discussed many times, it is located within the Route 3 West settlement area of the comprehensive plan. And the zoning surrounding the project is A1, A2, and industrial. Okay. this is the proposed layout of the data centers. The yellow buildings here are proposed as 2-story buildings, and the pink buildings here are proposed as 3-story buildings. See, you'll see the substations are here. The green space is open space. This here is all environmentally sensitive areas, such as wetlands. The 18-acre parcel dedicated to the county is up here. Let's see. Proposed access points are here, here, and here along Route 3, and then along Bloomsbury here, here, and here. The asterisks here are wildflower areas. And let's see, setbacks. We'll get into proffers a little bit later, but the applicant has proffered to set these buildings back along Route 3, a minimum of 250 feet. Along Bloomsbury here, a minimum of 200 feet. And for all other property lines, they've proffered a setback 70 feet. For reference, the zoning ordinance requires 50 feet in the front and 20 feet in the side and the rear. Let's see. Again, this is where I'm going to start talking even faster because I want to keep it moving. But the full proposed proffers are within your packet, but I do want to hit some of the highlighted ones, which is what I have up here. Again, the permitted primary use would be data center, and the accessory uses. The development will substantially conform to the zoning plan that is within your packet. They'll construct no more than 6.5 million square feet of data center. The principal transportation access points will be in the approximate location shown on the zoning plan, subject to final design and approval by the county and VDOT. The phasing of those entrances will come on board as the phasing of the improvements do, as was reviewed and approved in their traffic impact analysis. The applicant will dedicate right-of-way across Bloomsbury at 60 feet from center line and right-of-way along Route 3 at 100 feet from center line, which is consistent with our comprehensive plan. The transportation improvements are listed here. The different colors designate the timing of the improvements. The ones in blue are prior to the occupancy permit for the very first data center, whereas the green is prior to the occupancy permit for the first data center in phase 2. They're centered around the westbound right turn lane at their access points, as well as a right turn lane at Route 3 in Bloomsbury. The applicant will submit a traffic signal warrant analysis, or an SJR, to determine if any traffic signalization is required to serve Route 3 and that access point 3. If not, they'll also submit what's called an ARCET design, which is an alternative design for safer movements and restricted access. And if that's approved and constructed, then they won't need to do the signal. They will also do a traffic signal warrant analysis for Route 3 and Bloomsbury, and they have proffered to construct that signalization if it is warranted. And again, the rest of this going into phase 2 is just the right turn lanes at the rest of their access points, signal warrant analysis if required, and to construct any of those signal warrant or signalization improvements that are warranted by that analysis. That will be reviewed by both staff and VDOT. Again, the number, size, number of stories, locations of buildings shall substantially conform to the zoning plan. So what you see is what you get, sort of thing. The building height shall not exceed 65 feet for 2-story buildings or 90 feet for 3-story buildings. The reason that is bold, that does require approval by the board per ordinance that was passed last year, 006 25, yeah. Building heights greater than 50 feet are allowable in industrial zone district by special exception permit only, as granted by the board. Again, all buildings will be set back at least 250 feet from Route 3 and 200 feet from Bloomsbury. Buffers and landscaping will be substantially conform to the zoning plan with a minimum 50-foot wide buffer along the perimeter of the property. There will be an emphasis on existing tree and vegetation preservation, as well as a landscaping berm, wildflower areas, and a maintenance plan. There will be a security fence of not less than 8 feet to enclose the area. Potable water will initially be served by temporary groundwater wells, but that groundwater shall not be used for water cooling of any data center equipment. If and when a public water system does become available to serve the property, the applicant has proffered to immediately abandon, discontinue use of those wells. Another thing that had come up in previous meetings was a concern for adjacent property owners for any failures of their well that may occur due to Green Energy's well. So Green Energy has put in a proffer that if an adjacent property well fails and it can be demonstrated that that's due to the installation or operation of their well, they will either repair, replace the well, or if public water is available, they'll connect them to public water at that time. Okay. Initially, the project will also be served by on-site sewage systems, and at such time that King George sewer becomes available, the applicant has proffered to abandon and discontinue their drain field on site and connect to the sewer system. In September of 2024, a group called the Ottery Group conducted a phase 1 archaeological evaluation. And there were a couple sites that were identified to have significance. So the applicant has proffered to do a phase 2 archaeological evaluation and comply with any and all mitigation that is shown to be as part of the phase 2 study. And any artifacts that are removed from the property will be retained by the county museum or applicable use or by the zoning administrator. The applicant's required to submit a wetland delineation at the time of site plan. That will be reviewed in accordance with federal, state, and local laws. Another thing that came up in previous meetings were the generators that are being used. So the applicant has added a proffer that only generators meeting the U.S. EPA's Tier 4 or equivalent emission standards or better will be used on the property. Chief Moody was obviously, well involved in this project. As such, they have come up with some items that will be needed as part of the. Yes, sir.
Mr. Chair, yeah, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Real quick, since
Yes,
we just
sir.
went through power, I talked to some residents. At one point, it was mentioned bridge power and a 24/7, 365 power generation capability. That is not in the request that you reviewed for this.
That is correct. The review that what I reviewed was the zoning conformance, not any of the power information. But I think the applicant. Do you want them to speak to that now?
Nope, they can answer when they're up later.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
So with that in mind, if you have a pressing question that needs to be answered now, let me know and we'll do that. But my preference is to let's let her finish. Let's do the staff report. Get the report from Mr. Roger. I apologize. I can't pronounce your last name. What's that?
Roger's just fine.
Perfect. And then we'll ask all the questions at the same time. That way we're not repeating the same questions and we've got a whole choir of people that can respond.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead.
Thanks, sir. So the applicant will submit an emergency action plan to fire and rescue with each of their site plans to include fire protection facilities, suppression sprinkler facilities, and as determined by the department. And they will install those facilities prior to receiving an occupancy permit. The second bullet there is targeted mainly towards an aerial ladder truck that will be needed. And the applicant has agreed to pay the county $3 million for that, and it can be used for other uses as deemed necessary by the board. The applicant has further agreed to provide $500,000 to the county to hire and train department personnel or mitigate the safety impacts, including purchasing equipment. The applicants agreed to pay $2 per 100 square foot of data center, and that'll be an ongoing tally to offset public safety and public utility impacts that are generated by the project. The applicant will pay $1.3 million towards parks and recreation programs or facilities, and $3 million towards county occupational and training programs. They have also agreed to pay $500,000 towards historic resources, the preservation and protection of historic resources. They have also agreed to pay $2.5 million for advanced availability fees for both water and sewer for a total of $5 million. And yes, agreed to pay $250,000 for the maintenance of any non-recreational facilities owned and operated by the county, which also can be used towards roads that may be owned or operated by VDOT, like your primary roadways. And as we discussed, they're dedicating the approximate 18-acre site to the county to be used by the county or the service authority as we see fit. The architectural features are shown on sheet 7 of the zoning plan, and I won't read each of those, but the key takeaways here are to break up the facade of the building to make it aesthetically pleasing, to use a variety of building materials, to push forward and pull back so it's not one straight flat plane or surface. And then the roof design will incorporate the heat island reduction elements, like light colored reflective materials. Noise, I mean, the project has proffered to not exceed our sound levels in our code because they can change. They're proffering to meet code, and that compliance will be met through sound studies that are conducted prior to an occupancy permit for each data center building, as well as ongoing annual administration and submission of those reports. Oh, sorry about that. Okay, so that was just a brief synopsis of the proffers that are offered. As now we're moving into the comprehensive plan. As discussed earlier, it is in the Route 3 West Settlement area, and as Mr. Davis also noted, it is within the triangle that is designated by our comprehensive plan to be industrial development. There's also transportation policy that I've called out here to require right-of-way dedication and on-site roadway improvements. That's where the 60 feet and the 100 feet from center line of right-of-way dedication came from along Bloomsbury and Route 3, which the applicant has proffered to do. So in terms of the development type of industrial, the location, and the transportation, staff has found that the project is consistent with the comprehensive plan. Here's just a little bit of a cleaner version of the same layout here, but I wanted to show the access points here. This will be the first access point that comes online. And then we, like I said, we have those other two on Route 3. Mr. Dines, can you help me out? Thank you, sir. The traffic impact was just under 6,000 vehicles per day. And as mentioned, the traffic impact analysis has been completed. It was reviewed and accepted by both the county and VDOT. And the improvements that were proffered came out of that study. Let's see, is there anything I'm failing to mention there? Yeah, again, potable water initially will be served by temporary ground wells, but no water cooling of the equipment will be allowed. I mean, these are all things that I have mentioned before, and that once water and sewer becomes available, they are proffered to connect. Maybe it's the battery in this thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Dines, will you advance the slide for me, please?
Angela, before you go forward, you just mentioned that there's no water cooling of the servers. Is that based on the proffer that they won't use groundwater?
That is correct.
Are you aware of, I just looked and I asked Kelly to check too, and I'm unaware of it. Is there any restriction on them using cooling water from the Rappahannock? If they're able to work that out through some other party?
I understand your question, sir. I do not believe there is a restriction on that.
Okay. Is there any restriction at all on how the servers would be cooled with regard to any method? It doesn't address it, does it?
It does not address it. I think the assumption was air cooled, but it is not specified in the proffers.
Okay. And I just want to make sure because I think the board needs to be aware of that.
Thank you, Mr. Stewart.
Before you move on, I'm
Yes, sir.
sorry.
No.
I just got a text from outside that the sound may have dropped off or we may be frozen. Mr. Dines, can you confirm that for us, please?
Sure, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Bender, I see you're still online. Can you confirm that you can hear us and that we're moving forward?
Not good.
Mr. Dines, she's saying that GoToMeeting isn't working, but YouTube is.
Gotta be out loud.
He says maybe a 2-minute break, so we're just going to stay put and wait it out because 2 will become 10.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thank you. In a break. Sounds a break.
Yeah, so we're going to be on hold for 2 minutes, but I'm not announcing like a full break. again, so we will reconvene. If you could take your seats, and I'll hand it back to Ms. Farugi, and apologies for the technical problems.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So moving right along here, these slides here were intended to discuss the impacts associated with the project, or to highlight those. As mentioned earlier, an archaeological assessment was performed, and there were some sites of note in that. So the applicant has proffered to provide a phase 2 archaeological evaluation at the initial site plan, and any artifacts will be given to the county museum. As shown earlier, there are wetlands present on the northern part of the site. The wetland delineation was performed by T&T Environmental. They will submit another delineation at the initial site plan phase. Any disturbance of wetlands, floodplains, RPAs will be reviewed by the county at site plan and other regulatory authorities, and will be required to comply with federal, state, and local laws. There is an existing access road within the RPA, and the applicant is proposing to use that to access one of the substations. As also mentioned, noise is a consideration. The applicant's proffered not to exceed zoning ordinance requirements, but perhaps more importantly, the applicant has proffered to continue to do sound studies for each site plan prior to occupancy permits and throughout the operation of the project to ensure that they are complying with our zoning ordinance. As also discussed earlier, this application has been coordinated closely with fire and rescue. The county had received a proposal on an aerial ladder truck that would be capable of serving the proposed building heights. We do not yet have one in our fleet, but a quote has been procured approximately a year ago. It came in at just under $2.6 million. And then the chief estimated another $100,000 to outfit that with proper equipment. They noted that it would take 4 years to procure and 3 months approximately of installation and training. So in response, the applicant has proffered $3 million for the purchase of the equipment, as well as $500,000 for the training of personnel, and then a continued cash proffer of $2 per 100 square feet of data center, which will roll as and tally as those come online. The applicant also prepared a fiscal impact analysis.
Ms. Farugi?
Yes, sir.
I'm sorry, we have a question.
Yes, sir.
Just want to make sure that $2 per 100 square foot of data center constructed is perpetuity.
That's a good question, sir. Yes. Yes, sir. Forever, sir. Okay. The applicant did prepare a fiscal impact analysis. It was performed by Municap. There was a recently updated analysis that has been included in your report, or in the staff report. They're projecting just over $82 million annually at build out. They're also projecting just over 1,100 employees for permanent job placement, and an additional 1,300 indirect or induced impacts. They're also estimating approximately 20,000 temporary jobs during the construction of the data centers. So that concludes the rezoning request. These next two requests will be much, much quicker. The next one, as indicated, if the properties are rezoned to industrial, the applicant then requests a special exception permit on the 4 parcels to allow for data center use, and that's in accordance with Article 6 use matrix of the zoning ordinance. So we've already went over the site-specific information with the rezoning, as well as the proffers that are associated with the rezoning. So because there is a rezoning with proffers, there aren't expressed conditions placed on this special exception permit, because in order to get the special exception, they would have to have the rezoning with those proffers that are meant to offset the impacts. Yeah, and then I just called out here, those are the requirements in the zoning ordinance that will apply directly to data center uses. Yeah, so all that says there. Then the third request is that the applicant is requesting more than one access point to a highway corridor overlay district, which is Route 3. That's all. I won't make you read all of that, but what this is getting to here is that the purpose of only allowing one access point to an HCOD, Highway Corridor Overlay District, is to maximize the functional capacity along roadways. It's to keep Route 3 moving. However, our ordinance gives the Board of Supervisors, the Planning Commission, and then with final approval from the Board of Supervisors, exceptions to be made. And one of the exceptions behind this, and that's what I'll show here, is to maintain functionality of the roadway to service a project. As was coordinated with VDOT during the review of the traffic impact analysis, a project of this size could not be served by a singular entrance. It would fail. It would break down. So that is the reasons that we have exceptions within our ordinance that would allow for that. As part of this, like I said, we have the traffic impact study. The applicants also prepared what was called a request for exception to highlight some additional information on that. That should be included in your packet.
Ma'am?
Yes, sir.
So you said that with only one entrance, the project would fail.
Yes, sir.
So are you referring to during construction or post-construction?
Post-construction at full build out. One entrance would not be able to service 5,700 vehicles per day coming through one entrance. The entrance would fail. You would have levels of service beyond what is considered to be acceptable. The congestion, the queuing, backup.
There are going to be 5,700 vehicles going in and out of there a day after it's constructed?
Yes, sir. At full build out, 5,700 vehicles per day. Over a 24-hour period, yes. And a trip, just so that everyone understands, if a vehicle arrives here in the morning and they leave in the afternoon, that is considered 2 trips. That also includes for things like mail delivery, UPS, FedEx, in addition to employees or service that would be required.
Just to be clear, it's 5,700 trips, not 5,700 individual vehicles.
That's correct. It's labeled as vehicles per day, but the way that the trip counts is it's one trip in, one trip out. So 5,700 is you really divide that in 2. It's the same vehicle.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, okay. In order to consider the request for more than one entrance along the HCOD, they do have to have an interparcel connection. So they have provided that here. That is required in accordance with our zoning ordinance. The Planning Commission has heard this case multiple times or has discussed this case multiple times. The first time was at a public hearing on April the 8th of last year. It was deferred until May 13th and deferred again until July 8th. Part of that was waiting for the ordinance for industrial building height of greater than 50 feet to be passed. Ultimately, though, the Planning Commission voted to forward the rezoning case with an unfavorable recommendation, as well as voted to forward the special exception case with an unfavorable recommendation. They voted that the special exception use was not in substantial accordance with the comprehensive plan, and they did not make a recommendation regarding the HCOD exception. There have been multiple changes, notable changes since the Planning Commission are shown on the next slide. So in response to the Planning Commission meeting, the applicant increased their building setback along Route 3. Initially, it was 200 feet. They increased it to 250 feet. They reduced the total square footage proposed from 7.2 million square feet to 6.5 million. They added a landscape berm along the western side of the property, as well as wildflower areas in the Route 3 median. They revised their landscaping buffer to increase height and the percentage of evergreen trees. They increased several of their cash proffers that I've discussed earlier, but they went from 2.7 million up to 3 million, from up to 100,000 up to $500,000, and so on and so forth. So they also proffered those advanced availability fees for water and sewer, and for the flexibility for the cash proffers to be used at the board's discretion. So if another project were to come online to pay for certain improvements, or we were just to find that the greater need was elsewhere, the proffers allow for flexibility for those to be used at the board's discretion for public use. So that's all I have for you this evening, gentlemen. Those were the three, and lady online, those were the three requests before you this evening. I'm happy to answer any questions or hold them till later, or whatever.
Anything that can't wait? All right. You mind sticking around for a few?
Oh, I don't mind at all.
All right.
Planning to.
I'll call up Roger to join us. Great job keeping it moving. I'm hoping Roger will do the same.
Excuse me.
Please educate me. How do you say your last name?
Roger Vasiliadis. Thank you.
Yeah, I would have gotten it right.
Good evening. It's easier than it looks. Chair Sullins, members of the board. Yes, Roger Vasiliadis. I'm one of the partners of Green Energy Ventures. We are the applicants for the King George Technology Center. Also here tonight are members of the Taylor family, landowners, and longtime county residents. My goal this evening is to present to you and the community a summary of our project and to explain why we believe so strongly that approving our application is in the best interest of the King George County residents in the whole. I do thank you for this opportunity to speak with you this evening. I also thank Ms. Ferrugi and the staff for that report. I know it's very detailed, so I'll try not to be overly repetitive. Do I have our presentation available here online that we're going to go through? And do I have control of that? Okay, thank you. No, that's not our. Do I control? I'm sorry. Okay, so I'll just click when I want the next slide. Is that correct? Okay. 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 Right. The only change to our plan since our presentation to the board back in October are the wildflower areas that we have added in the median. We will be planting a variety of native wildflowers that attract bees, butterflies, and other pollinators. This was added in response to feedback from neighbors. We like the idea. In addition to the environmental benefits, it will help beautify this section of Route 3, which is approximately a 1.5 mile stretch. Okay, we are. Sorry for the technical difficulty here. Ours has been a lengthy review process. With the zoning ordinance, the new zoning ordinance, and the special exception requirements. This process, along with the community interaction, has made our plan better. It's enabled us to better understand and address issues of the greatest importance to the community. GV would like to thank all of the supervisors providing valuable feedback from their constituents, especially Supervisor Stroud, who does represent our district neighbors. The comprehensive plan, much was what's talked about it. I do want to give a little bit of comment about this. We talked about the bolded blue area there this little extension area was modified, the comp plan, for the Amazon application. But ours is the only data center application that has come before the board that did not need a comprehensive plan amendment. Part of our land is already zoned industrial. This area of the site has been deemed to be the primary industrial hub of King George County, as designated by the comp plan. This area was set up over 20 years ago to be industrial and has continued to be designated industrial during every comp plan revision through the years, reaffirmation in a sense. Years ago, the county actually purchased over 100 acres here to attract industrial users as an industrial park. And over a period of several years, actually made option payments on the subject property for potential acquisition for industrial use. Birchwood Coal Power Plant was here. The landfill is still here. Industrial businesses operate here, and the AWS data center campus has been approved here. But I think what's really, really important is that by generating tax revenue in this concentrated industrial area, the county is better able to implement another of its important comprehensive plan goals, which is to retain the rural character of the rest of the planning areas. Our plan has evolved significantly since we started and since the Planning Commission. Our goal has been to mitigate the visual impacts, to address the noise concerns, and address environmental concerns. We have decreased the intensity of our development by reducing the number of proposed buildings from 22 to 13. We have decreased the maximum square footage of data centers from 7.2 million to 6.5 million square feet. As indicated in the staff report, this represents a FAR of 0.45, well below the allowable 0.60. We have increased the setbacks along Route 3 to 250 feet. We have increased our berm height from 12 feet to 16 feet. We have increased the intensity of our landscape buffer. We're proposing stormwater management facilities and rainwater collection cisterns. It's important for the public to understand that there will be a thorough review of the final engineering plans and specifications with respect to the stormwater quality and retention. I know that's been a concern. We've also added the wildflower areas in the median as discussed. And we've talked about the great lengths we've gone to mitigate the visual impacts of our buildings with the berming, the enhanced landscaped, the large evergreen calipers, the large deciduous trees. And you can see the sightline exhibits we've shown with the berming. They're designed to take the buildings out of use after 10-year growth. The next few slides are renderings of what the site will look like from the road. We want to move through these. We shared this in our presentation. This is looking westbound, coming down Route 3. You can see the wildflower meadows. From view 2, this is from across the road on Kings Highway. Sorry. This is our main entrance. You'll see the gate there. It is a secure site. This is the western boundary. As you can see, heading eastbound on the site, we've continued our berming and our landscape buffer along this boundary here. This is a view from the western boundary. There's an existing industrial building here. This is existing growth, and that would be a proposed, if up to 90-foot building there. This is along Bloomsbury Road, where the you can see where the 18-acre site dedication would be to King George. Also along Bloomsbury Road, this group of trees is actually in the right-of-way, so we would have no intention of clearing that. Our buffer and our landscape berm is actually behind that. We've talked a bit about transportation tonight. I think it's important to understand the phasing. Our project will be developed in 2 phases. Phase 1 being the first 2.5 million square feet of data center buildings, Phase 2 being the remaining 4 million square feet. The phasing is important because it triggers the road frontage improvements and the berm construction. Entrance 1 and 2 is where we will construct the right turn lane, extend the left turn lanes, and do a signal justification report. Entrance number 3 is the restriction of the left turn lane from the site, constructing of the right turn lane, and extending the left turn lanes. The highlighted 4 and 5 entrances are to be completed prior to the end of phase 2. This is a very important intersection. I think most everyone will agree. This is Route 3 and Bloomsbury Road. Everyone will agree that the safety of the intersection needs to be improved, and we will do that. There is some disagreement as to whether or not the traffic signal should go here. That's not up to us. We'll do our VDOT warrant study at several phases of the build out, and that study will determine whether or not we will pay for the traffic signal. The traffic signal will cost $750,000. If it is not required, we'll pay those funds to the county to be used at the county's discretion. But importantly, that's a $2.5 million value add that we will pay for, and it'll get done now rather than later. The next few slides, I know Ms. Frugi went through all of these proffers, but I do want to point out that the projected economic benefits to the county from our project. And importantly, we've included language in our proffers that provides the board complete discretion as to the expenditure of all the funds that we will contribute. I'll summarize the monetary proffers in a spreadsheet in an upcoming slide, as that may be a bit easier to follow. But the general idea behind these proffered commitments is to serve the critical needs of the county, which have been identified through our community outreach and as expressed to us in meetings with you supervisors. Again, staff has already listed each of these proffers in their report and in the presentation. We believe this is a substantial commitment to King George. Importantly, the MuniCap report. For our economic impact analysis, we initially actually went to the county. We wanted a third-party expert, so we asked for a list of their respective third-party experts. Through Davenport, which is the county's consultant, we were referred to MuniCap, who is a leading expert in the field. We talked about the revenues projected. In today's dollars of build-out, 82.5 million. And critically important are these jobs. 20,000 construction-related temporary jobs over a 10-year period as projected, both indirect and direct. 2,400 permanent jobs, direct and indirect. I mean, overwhelmingly a positive economic impact. This slide does show a breakdown of our financial commitments to the county. At first building permit, $8.65 million. $3 million workforce training, 1.3 parks and recs, 3 million public safety, attorney's fees, emergency services training, historic resources, we believe is very important. And that was something we learned in our community interaction. And general properties contribution, again, 8.6 million paid upfront at first building permit. Regarding the public water and sewer, we do want to be part of that, and we're assisting in several ways. We intend to construct a temporary waterworks system, essentially wells and a water storage tank. If and when the public water is made available to us, we'll hook up to the public system. And if the county wants to receive it, we will donate our well and our storage facilities to the county. We believe that is an estimated $5 million enhancement. In terms of the availability fees, again, incentivizing and extending our interest in cooperating. When water and sewer is authorized by the county to be constructed to serve our site, we will prepay $5 million in availability fees, 2.5 for the water, 2.5 for the sewer. This will help ease the financial burden on the county for these infrastructure improvements by easing the cash flow, by potentially reducing debt, and will yield savings in financing cost. There's also the land dedication that the county can use or the sewer authority can use. And those ongoing contributions are in perpetuity, sir. Just to hit a couple highlights and address some concerns that we have heard. We've talked a lot about the conformance with the existing comprehensive plan. We've talked about mitigating visual impacts with increased setbacks, increased in berm heights, increase in evergreen and tree canopy buffer. No groundwater for cooling of the data centers. And we are open, I know, Mr. Stewart, the idea, we have no plans to draw water from the river to cool our data center. I don't know how we would do that. And if that's not clear in the proffer, we'd be willing to change the proffer. But what we are proffering out is no groundwater, as we've talked about, for any of the cooling of the data centers.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. The point I was bringing up was you've made it clear in the proffer the use regarding groundwater, but there is no proffer regarding water from the Rappahannock. And that's up to you all if you want to proffer something like that. But there is no restriction right now in your proffers as to how you would cool the servers or any restriction as to whether or not you would draw water from the Rappahannock.
Well, we're amenable to that discussion. And we're proffering out the groundwater, and we could certainly proffer out any kind of withdrawal from the river towards that end. We anticipate, I believe this is an issue that's not just important here. I think throughout the industry, rivers and resources, data centers are getting away from that. It's very unpopular. Air cooling and other type of closed loop systems are the norm. Water cooling of these data centers is a totally different use of water. None of the operators that we've spoken to use that system. So if that is a concern, we could clear that up this evening. Another concern we hear a lot is the electric bills. People are concerned about their electric bills. And you discussed that quite a bit this evening. Supervisor Davis, there is no direct increase to the county residents in electric bills specific to our data centers. It's the rates are determined throughout the entire Dominion Energy service area, not here locally. Until King George starts achieving tax revenue benefits from these data centers, you will be essentially subsidizing folks from other counties that do enjoy the many benefits of the tax revenues these data center developers generate, without creating demand for new taxes. We understand concerns about the rising cost of energy for local individuals, and laws are being changed to address those concerns. As a matter of fact, the SEC recently passed legislation that takes effect January 27, and it's aimed to shield smaller ratepayers. The rate schedule mandates significant commitments from high energy users, protecting residential customers from bearing the burden of infrastructure needed for large industrial growth. So we understand that's a concern, but having a data center here does not increase utility bills for residents here. Not having a data center here does preclude them from getting any of the revenues that utility bills can subsidize in other counties. And we believe that is a huge benefit to our project, the revenues that will be generated so that taxes can stay and remain low. Again, a few highlights, more highlights. We are utilizing best stormwater management practices, implementing stormwater management controls, runoff, environmental impacts. Sound attenuation measures, Ms. Ferrugi discussed that in the staff report. We will comply. The Tier 4 generators, we will exceed air quality standards. So we've proffered to that. We've talked a lot about the projected revenues, the jobs. I don't think it could be overstated how important it is, these jobs. And we've talked a lot about the cash proffers paid up front. And the total proffer value over $13.6 million. And I think very importantly, there's been zero economic incentives from the county to us. This deal represents upside only for King George. And again, our application is really towards the nature of the land use. Permitting the land use will go through an entirely new regulatory process. Happy to answer any questions you have. I know I moved quickly, but the report was quite detailed.
Chair,
Go ahead, sir.
a couple questions.
Yes, sir.
You answered, Mr. Stewart brought the water issue up. I was going to bring it up, and you brought it to him, so thank you for that. Just, we have to be very specific about these things, you know. The wildflowers,
Yes, sir.
you're talking about putting them in the median between the two roads, is that
Yes, sir.
correct? All right.
Yes, sir.
So in looking at our budget this year, one thing I've discovered is that where we have these trees planted from in our county up by the courthouse here, VDOT doesn't maintenance those. They refuse to cut those roads. Also, we have to have a landscaper do it, and landscapers can't close down the highway because they don't have the permits to do those type of things. So therefore, they don't weed eat around the trees because they can't do it legally. It cost us $20,000 to have those trees that really aren't really growing or doing anything. It cost us $20,000 because we get a maintenance ourselves. So with the wildflowers, how are those things going to be maintenance? Because VDOT ain't going to touch it.
Well, they are in the VDOT median, but my understanding with the wildflowers is that as the wildflowers grow and mature and pollinate, they actually require a lot less maintenance than the cutting of the yards or just an unruly grass that would grow there if it wasn't maintained. So I think it would be much prettier, much less maintenance cost, and provides the environmental benefits that I think some of the neighbors were looking for.
All right, we just want to make sure on that. I don't want, if it comes out, just be another bill that we pick up to where we got to take care of it and we got to hire people to maintenance, cutting it, weed, pull it, and whatever else.
Well, I have read about certainly the reduction in maintenance costs associated with these types of plantings. Exactly who would come in the VDOT right away and maintain them? My understanding is that I thought it would have been VDOT. Obviously, your experience is different, so we'll get some clarity on that. But I do believe that if just wild grass was growing there, the cutting and the maintenance of that would certainly be more expensive.
Okay. Then the other issue
is Clark.
Just want to point out that the offers do include a landscape maintenance plan for all the vegetation that we put in. So I think it would be incumbent upon the applicant here to cover the wildflowers and their maintenance in the context of that plan. And that's
good. I just want to make sure that falls.
Thank you.
For some things you do and you think they're a great idea, and then you realize that you're paying $20,000 out of your budget every year to maintenance a highway because VDOT won't touch it because we planted trees.
So yes, those would be our responsibility. And would our proffer need to be corrected to or specified to do that, or is that already in here?
He's saying it's already in there, so I'm happy.
It's already in there. Okay, thank you.
The next one I have about is, what if down the road, and I think this is a general concern of a lot of people on the board, down the road, for whatever reason, you guys decide, this thing is approved for a data center, and down the road, you guys just decide you want to sell it to another company, like an Amazon or something. What's the chances something like that happen, and then we just have another headache on our hands?
Well, I think that the important thing is why we've established our standards, our proffers. So the proffers run with the land. So those inherently set the limits, sets the limits on the noise. It sets the limits on the building heights. It sets the limits on the square footage. It establishes all these monetary contributions. There's a number of different components to developing a project this large. Ultimately, there will be an end user. The end user will be the person renting these racks that is basically the tenant. And there's going to be a participant that is going to build these data centers. That's a data center operator, if you will, that will serve the tenant. And there's land developer, GEV, that will make sure that the entitlements and the proffers are met, that the infrastructure is built and completed, that all of the commitments are met. And then there's another component of the financing of all these. These are billion-dollar-plus projects. So there will be partners in this venture. We have talked to a lot of folks. there has been we don't have any ultimate end user, and we haven't forged any alliance yet. But there will be partners on the geared toward end user. But I think the important thing here is by establishing these standards and strict limits in the proffers and the commitments we've made, those will run with the land. So everything will have to adhere to that.
Okay. And you see my concerns with that too. I mean, as of today, January 2026, I mean, Amazon does own a straw that drops into the Rappahannock River. So I don't want, if that land was purchased by them, and then so that's why things have to be so specific about the water. I just want to make sure that.
Well, so we've proffered out we proffered out groundwater for cooling. If there's a concern that a straw could come serve, or water could come serve our project, we'd be willing to amend the proffer to exclude that out.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
You have any others? All right, I'll come back around if you get any follow-ups that pop up. Mr. Metz? So rather than doing popcorn, we'll just kind of go around and bring all you got, and then if anything pops up, we'll come back around in the end.
I think I'm good for now.
Okay, sounds good. Ms. Bender?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, and I'm going to jump on the one that Mr. Davis just alluded to, asking about the end user. So I know that what you're saying is those proffers were carried to another owner or another end user, but some end users come with performance agreements that if they were your end user, then the county is on the hook for quite a bit of money that we did not anticipate at that time.
I'm sorry, the nature of your question is a performance agreement with I'm sorry.
Well, let me be pretty blunt about it. There are certain entities that require, if they're the end user of your property, that they have performance agreements that a county has to abide by. And so if you have like Amazon as your tenant, then we would probably be locked into a performance agreement that has a lot of givebacks and tax incentives. So I don't think you could put in a proffer of that, but that's where I'm concerned about is, what your end user in the end is going to cost us financially if there are any entity that is in a performance agreement status with tax incentives.
Well, I understand that there was a certain legislation, I gather, that the previous governor provided. If you had certain amount of asset contributions, there were certain matching funds. Maybe Amazon qualifies for that. I don't know of who else might. I can say that Green Energy Ventures and myself, or my partners at Green Energy Ventures, have not had any discussions with Amazon. So the nature of that question surprises me a bit, but I can only tell you that what we've done is put together a plan that predetermines and protects the standard that we're proffering to.
Okay. Well, another question I have is one that I've really honed in on is the power bridge you're using. You brought that up to us
Yes, ma'am.
when you came into the meeting, and from when I last checked on PJM, I did not see you having any application with Dominion at this time that is active to have permanent power. So where are you getting? I know Power Bridge is something that's new, and it is a new and emerging thing, but where are you going to get the power to run 24/7? I mean, I know one thing is propane or natural gas, but we do not have any there. So where is that coming from?
Okay, so happy to talk again about where we are with the Dominion Energy process. We are in the Dominion Energy service area, and we do have a will serve letter from them to service our site at a load of 1.2 gigawatts, which is the 4 substations that you've seen on our plan. I'm sorry, with the Dominion Energy, the batch system, we've been speaking with Dominion Energy since July of 2023. We have a great relationship with them, and we've had good rapport with them. And we've worked with their engineers. We've got the substations in our plan, and they have put us in a batching system. We talked about batch 4 we were in initially. Then we were moved into batch 3. We don't know exactly when our turn in the queue system will happen. We anticipate in a couple years we will be assigned our position and we'll sign an energy service agreement with Dominion Energy, and they will start on the first of our substations. We talked a little bit before about potentially bridging the gap between when that substation would first come and a bridging power solution. Towards that end, we've been looking at potential solutions. One of the solutions we talked about was bringing potentially natural gas to the site that could be a bridging source of power. That would be a totally separate application, and it would be regulated extensively through other agencies, and that's what we alluded to, Supervisor Metz, before when we spoke. But to incentivize or to increase the viability of starting sooner, some may look to have a bridging solution, but those bridging solutions would all have to adhere to the same standards and the same proffers of all the other buildings. So while we don't know for certain that we will use a bridging solution, if we did use a bridging solution and we explored natural gas, converting that to a backup solution is also another avenue that we've looked at. But I think importantly is the fact that we do have a commitment, we do have Dominion Energy, we are close into their batch system. We understand that there's 10, 12 batches, and we're in batch 3. We've also, in speaking to Dominion Energy, learned that there's opportunity to move up in this batch for those projects that are approved and that are entitled. So we anticipate that we will move ahead here as soon as this year, we hope. But so we've just looked to explore all different potential avenues to accelerate this process. But it's important to know that that is a separate process, but the standards that we've put in place will apply to any accessory use that is part of our project.
Okay.
I hope, Supervisor Bender, that answered that question.
It answered it, but not enough, because we're approving a project without a power source that is identified.
Well, the power source is going to be Dominion Energy, and there's going to be potential bridge power solutions that we'll look to until Dominion Energy can build us our first substation. And until they build that first substation, we will explore potential bridge solutions. Bridge solutions could be natural gas, and we've explored the feasibility of that, and there is capacity and there is potentially a route. So the ultimate answer is we will be served by Dominion Energy through those substations that are shown on our site. The exact timing of that, unfortunately, that's how the industry has changed with these skyrocketing requests that Dominion Energy has had. They've put people in a queue system. So we can tell you definitively that it will be Dominion Energy serving power here. I just can't answer for you exactly when that power will come online. So we will work as hard as we can to accelerate and look at alternatives, but the ultimate power source is Dominion Energy. And as soon as we can get our zoning approved, that will only improve our positioning in that queue system.
Well, my next question, we're going to skip over that one, is the artifacts. I like the thing keeping the artifacts in the county, but one concern I have is with the bridge, the nice bridge, and how we got the artifacts. We signed away the artifacts to the state, so I want to make sure that those artifacts do not leave the county and that they stay within the county.
Certainly, can we, I think we've already proffered that. Clark, is that part of our proffers? It is. So yes, ma'am, we've made that commitment.
Right. I just want it firmly so there's no wiggle room, like shall stay within the county. I understand it in your proffer, but I want to make sure there's no wiggle room that it can be given outside of the county.
Mr. Stewart, if that wiggle room is in there, we're happy to amend it so that it's not in there. You believe it's clear? Okay, thank you, sir.
And then my last question is about the failure of the adjacent property wells. I think it's on page 15. And, a lot of people don't want to be on the services authority. So number one, who designates when a well has failed? Is that the county or is that someone the GEV hires? And what if there is no shallow well they can build or no well they can build? Then these people are forced onto the service authority. So that is a concern.
Well, sorry, Clark.
Two different things.
No. Well, I understand it's a concern. We believe that the chances of this, and I could bring up my partner who's more of an expert in the wells. We believe the chances of this are extremely unlikely. What we've done, and it was a concern that was brought up very early on by a citizen, and we said, of course, if it can be demonstrated to us that anything we've done has caused someone else's well to fail, we would certainly replace it, and we would connect them to public water. If public water wasn't available, or if they did not want to have public water, and they had a failed well as a result of ours, I mean, that seems like an extreme set of circumstances, but we want to be good neighbors, and we're here to try to fix any of those remedy problems that might happen. If you'd like to talk a little bit more about the likelihood of that happening, I could bring up my partner who's a little bit more of an expert in these wells, but I'm not sure if that was your question.
No, that's not needed. And I bring this up because during the original landfill negotiations, there was, and I think it was in the first landfill, or I forget what they called it, but it listed that there was a time limit. So if anyone living around the property had an issue with noise, smells, or whatever, that GEV, well, not GEV, but the people at the time would purchase the person's property. And so I know that that's in there for maybe one person, but could that be a possibility of those directly next to it?
I'm sorry. Well, we can't proffer to something other than the county. Are you suggesting I guess you're talking about with respect to what the landfill did in the past with neighboring properties?
Yeah.
I'm unfamiliar with what those agreements may have been with the landfill and adjacent property owners. When it was brought to our attention that well waters were concerned, then we tried to do the right thing by agreeing to replace it. What we really want to do is be part of the King George County water system. We want to be public water users. We want to be public water customers. We want to be great customers, and we think that will help the viability of getting your water system. I know that there's an issue with wells throughout the county, and the DEQ wanting King George to get off of wells. So we're here to help. We're here to facilitate. A lot of our proffers are geared towards that. So if we have to do the wells temporarily before water is made available to us, we will do so. But our real hope is after the zoning is to get right into negotiations with the authority on an MOU that we can be part of, the water authority and the sewer authority. We're hoping to be good customers. We do not want to be in the water business. We want to be good users, good paying customers.
Right. And I'm asking these questions for the residents around that have reached out to me that have concerns. So I'm wanting to make sure their questions have been answered and heard. So thank you.
I appreciate that, Ms. Bender, and hopefully we can get to the water authority sooner rather than later, and hopefully that will happen before we build our wells. But if it doesn't and our wells do impact, it gets brought to our attention and we will remedy it, make it right.
All right, Mr. Stroud, do you have questions?
Sure, thank you. So, Mr. Davis was just reminding me that I have correspondence to read during a public comment, so I appreciate that. So one of the concerns that I have that is the possibility of the second traffic light, because I really hope we don't have to hope the findings come out so we don't have that. But the traffic, I think that was the numbers I haven't heard before, the 5,700 vehicles a day. And I did some math. So 5,700 a day, divide it in halves, because you said one person going and coming, that's counts as two vehicles. So that'd be 2,850. And 2,850, if you divide that by 24, meaning the number of vehicles per hour, and then divide that by 60, you come up to 2 vehicles per minute. So, which seems like a lot of vehicles. And then you have 1,109 to maximum 1,300 full-time employees. So you do the same math on that, and that comes to just under 1 vehicle a minute. So that's a big disparity of difference between the number of employees and the number of vehicles, even if that's each person counts as 2. So I'm like, where does the other 1,300 vehicles come from? They couldn't all be UPS drivers.
Is your question to the nature of those calculations? Oh, okay. I have with me our traffic expert, so I'll let him address how some of these things are calculated.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Mike Warkowski. I'm with Wells and Associates. I think it's what you have to keep in mind is not what we study is the peak hour. So it's the maximum number of vehicles that arrive and depart within that hour in the morning and in the evening during the commuter peak periods, which are the highest along Route 3. So when you think about the daily trip number, it seems like a large number, but remember it's over the whole 24-hour period. So you have various shift work. Also, all the vehicle trips over all those periods are what gets you to that 24-hour number, which is about the 2,800 in and 2,800 out, which gets you to about that 5,700. It's more concentrated in those peak hours where you have workers and deliveries and contractors and all those persons, not just, permanent employees that work there that come in and out in those periods. And that's what the road system and those intersections are designed for. So that's what we looked at when we prepared our study. Those are based on actual counts of similar uses. So that kind of tells us that if it's similar to other data centers that have been built or in operation, those rates are how we develop those numbers. So that's how we looked at the capacity of the various intersections, what might be needed, whether a traffic signal is appropriate or not, or the what we call an R-cut design, which is an indirect access point.
What this would require, which I can't do it here, is I would have to look at that analysis and really dig into it, because mathematically, 2,850, 1 vehicle in, 1 vehicle out. That's 2. That's 2,850. I don't care if you divide it up, if you put it in an hour or you put it in 24 hours. There's only 1,300 full-time employees. So what you're telling me is you have twice as many people going in and out a day. So if you have 1,300 full-time employees and you have 1,300 more deliveries or part-time people, how do you come up with, that with 2,850 people going in and out every day?
But some of those people, just like any other use, they don't just come in and stay all day. They also leave. A single family home, just as an example, is generally 10 trips per day, which is 5 in and 5 out. And when you think about it, you go to work, you come home, you go to school, you come back, your spouse or whomever or children, they drive, come
These
in
aren't families going in and out to pick up their kids and stuff, though, right? They're going to work. They're doing something there.
Right, but they also leave at other periods for meetings, for lunch, for all these other things, plus deliveries that you have and other contractors and those sorts of things. Again, I understand what you're saying, but it is based on actual data of actual centers that are in operation. So it encompasses all of those vehicles in that calculation.
Mr. Stroud, can I ask a question to follow up just on that? Because before I was up here seated, I did get the opportunity to meet with the contractor here. And I said, keep putting the stoplight on there and you'll find out how quickly I don't like this plan. So as I understand it, it will come down to a VDOT vehicle study done at some point in the future as to whether that needs to be a signalized intersection. Your estimate is sort of your worst case today based on 13 buildings, full square footage.
That's correct.
You still owe VDOT some traffic studies, correct?
Correct. So what the study did is it projected what the volumes would be at build out, what the requirements would be, and it looked at whether it would be a signalized intersection or, for example, at the main access point, whether that would be what we call an R-cut, which doesn't allow, it restricts some of the turning movements so that you don't have direct turning movements and the need for a signal. But what's required is a signal justification report. And you usually do that when you get closer to construction beyond this stage, because now there's certainty of what will be built and how much will be built. But as part of that report, you not only look at what a traffic signal or what that need might be, but you're also required to look at other alternatives. And in this particular case, rather than doing a report that just said, well, this is a potential alternative, we actually were required to evaluate those alternatives at the other driveways, which became part of our study.
You wouldn't happen to know what they call it, trips are through the Bloomsbury intersection today, or just to put it in relative? It's okay. Because I guess I had that concern. My quick math was like you're 200% of your full-time workforce, and it was just a number that was a little bigger than I think we.
Well, there are also multiple studies at that intersection, not just one, because again, when you have certainty, you know in the future what actually will be built when. That's when a traffic signal or some other treatment is evaluated and then, determined what it should be.
You have a question? I'll come back. No, I was wondering where you are on your list. Oh. That was not me rushing you. Take your time, dude. I was just curious.
I got a question for him, just for clarity. I got a question. So the traffic number you gave us, is that including traffic already taking place today, or is that brand new traffic?
The 5,700?
Yes.
That's the new trips.
That's new, in addition to.
In addition to. And also, I just would remember that we studied 7.2 million square feet, so that's come down by 700,000 square feet to 6.5. So that 5,700 number drops down some because of that.
Well, that's helpful. You mind if I piggyback on that?
No, please.
Are you about to change directions?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, I'm going to piggyback on that if we could. Out of curiosity, what kind of credential checks do y'all do? Do you plan on doing when people are coming and going? What I'm speaking to there is how much time does it take to get through the gate? How much of a backup is it going to create?
Mm-hmm. I'm probably not the right person to answer that question.
Yep, we do not have specifics as to our entrance procedures yet for getting out of that main security gate. These are going to be kind of down the road decisions we make with operations, with tenants, with whoever we specify down the road that we're working with. Everyone's policies may be different. We know that it'll be a secure site. We're proffering that. We're proffering to the fencing. But the exact nature of the security measures, of the badges, of where the security guard would be, I mean, those will all be site plan considerations that we'll put together in our procedures and policies manuals.
How long was that turn-in lane that you were proffering?
The length of the turn lane.
Roughly how many cars do you think are going to be?
Andy's our civil engineer.
how many cars will be able to go into that before we start getting on to 3?
Yeah, good evening. My name is Andy Grecky. I'm with J2. So you have the turn lane. So VDOT automatically requires for that to be at least 200 feet. Plus then once you get through the studies, which Mike would do, it's like I have this much people on there, so I need to make sure that it actually has that much capacity. And then also remember, if you look at, this doesn't show the site, but everything is pushed back 250 feet. So we'll have at least 200 foot of storage length into our property as well before you would have a gate to get in.
Gotcha. Thank you. Do y'all want a traffic light?
We are agnostic, sir. We whatever influence the board may have with the VDOT process, we're not privy to that. We know that we're offering the $750,000 whether or not the VDOT requires a traffic study. If VDOT does not require the traffic study, we're offering to pay that money to you to use at your discretion. We do think that more than one access points with a hot HCOT overlay, I think, as Ms. Ferrugi mentioned, is certainly a better way to go than to just have one. But I understand with that R-cut, that might eliminate it. And the other ones, we're certainly not looking for traffic lights. Our commitment really is to improve the safety of that intersection on Bloomsbury Road and Route 3. We think that is a benefit for everybody to get that done sooner rather than later. Where the traffic lights go is really just is beyond us. But if you all have the influence to work with VDOT, and my understanding is that some local influence can affect those outcomes, but that would be up to you all.
Gotcha. I won't speak for the whole board, but I have not been quiet about the fact that I don't want a traffic light, but my concern is that y'all might be able to influence that. And with the numbers we've been kicking around tonight, you're already assuming that every person who goes in there is going to take a lunch break and come out. So you've doubled your numbers, and that's already influencing whether we get a traffic light or not. See where I'm going?
Yes, sir. And I do think that there's, Mike and his firm are experts at that. So that's why I defer to them on their calculations. But I do think it is important that we initially did this study with based on a 7.2 million square foot. So we have shrunk significantly. That percentage, I think, would invariably bring that down. But I understand we're not looking to build traffic lights, and we'll support however you want to pursue that.
Gotcha. Go ahead and finish your list, bud.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, it's about percentage wise, I had to bring it back down about 10%. So, on slide 26, the very last bullet on there said, it said the flexibility for cash proffers to be used at board's discretion. Which cash proffers, how does that apply? I'm just trying to figure out why that bullet, what that was referring to.
So we asked Clark and working with Mr. Stewart to give you the ultimate amount of flexibility for all the monies that come in. We generated the needs and identified the needs of each one of these line items through our interaction with you all supervisors based on the interaction with the community. So we identified these as kind of critical needs, if you will, and where we got to the total. But Clark can speak to the language that we've added that gives you the discretion on how to use those spendings.
When we began the process, the cash proffer categories were exclusive and limited to that particular purpose. As we went through the process, we have added the language to virtually each of the cash proffers. The applicant agrees to that some funds may be used for whatever use the board may deem, if not used for the designated purpose. So really what we did was to take any strings off almost every single cash proffer that is being offered here, so that if you don't want to use it for that purpose, you can use it for something else that you deem more important. Okay, so the point was to give you all as much flexibility as possible with regard to the expenditure of the funds.
Okay, so I understand the correctly. Because when people look at this and they may think that, oh, if I'm Parks and Recreation, I'm going to get $1.3 million. So what you're saying, though, is, and that's just an example, what you're saying, though, is that even though it's on here, this is just basically a map of where you came up with the money, but
The
it's
component
ultimately,
parts. Yes, sir.
but it's
If you look at-
ultimately the board's discretion of how this is spent.
If you look at the end of that very proffer, what it says is that such use to be determined by the King George County Board of Supervisors within its sole discretion. And virtually every proffer has that kind of language.
Mr. Chairman, so typically the law says that you can accept proffers, which are voluntary and offered by the applicant for certain things that perhaps the project causes or remediation as a result of the project. And so they have offered those typically in the categories that they believe this project would cause the need for such remediation, like fire and rescue, whatever else it is. But then the language ultimately was something like, or any other legitimate public purpose the board deems, I can't remember exactly. In case it didn't need to go there, you could then direct it to another legitimate public purpose for benefit of the citizens.
And you can read through each of those cash proffers and see comparable language that we've added to give the board more discretion.
All right. Thank you for the clarification, gentlemen.
That didn't make it onto the chart, of course.
Mr. Stroud, this might help you on the transportation on trips. 100,000 square foot shopping center, which would have a food anchor in it, which is usually 40 to 50,000 square feet. And then you have the other retail uses. It generates somewhere between 8 to 10,000 trips a day. So that gives you some kind of a benchmark to measure against some other types of uses. But that's a retail center that people will go and shopping for groceries or other convenience services. It generates somewhere between 8 to 10,000 trips a day.
It's just hard for me to imagine we get 8 to 10,000 trips in Food Line a day, but maybe we're not.
That does put it into perspective. It's a huge project. It sounds like a big number, but relative to the size of the project and the economic benefit, perhaps relative to other uses, maybe not as much.
Yeah, to me, if there's 2 cars in a house, and that would be 2,850 more homes in the county, equivalence worth of vehicles. Now, that doesn't mean that they're making that many trips a day, but that's, I am sensitive to the traffic on Route 3. And a lot of people who drive on Route 3, who turn out on it, live on it, are sensitive to that. So that's, where I was going there. The traffic light, I hope that a second traffic light isn't necessary. And I know that, or I shouldn't, and not that I say I know, but based on the commentary tonight, it'll probably be a number of years from now. But the situation that Supervisor Sullins addressed is understanding that what we deal with, if you go to Dahlgren and these other places with the gates, is, offset that back somehow to be able to mitigate. So people here, if you're trying to go hit Dahlgren Road in the morning, you're going through town, that traffic backs up, it blocks, you only end up with 1 lane of traffic. So we already deal with that now. And we like the small town feel. And we're stuck with small town roads too. So
we appreciate that, and we believe the R-cut design is going to eliminate that. Andy, regarding the traffic lights?
First, for what you were just talking about, like vehicles, something that may help to look at it if you're talking about 1,100, 1,300 vehicles per day. data center is typically set up for working in 3 different shifts. And you have, in our proposed layout, 13 buildings. That math runs out to about 30 people per shift at each facility. So that's just, if you think about 30 people at a building, that's roughly what we're seeing as far as those numbers. One building may have more, one building may have less, and that's basically all based on averages. So if you think about the 13 buildings and 30 cars, they're all running in different shifts. Some coming in, some coming out. It's not like at Dahlgren, everybody comes in at the beginning of the day and leaves at the end of the day. And at lunchtime, you got a mix. Everything is staggered within 3 different shifts. So
13 times 30 is 390, which is still a long ways from 1,300.
times 3.
Times, so 390 for the 3 shifts.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's certainly valid concerns.
Yeah.
We will also
Well,
make sure.
that helps out a whole lot.
Yeah.
You know, so it.
We also want to make sure we have adequate queuing for wherever the security fence gets set and for people to go through there, whether that's all 1 line, 2 lines, make sure that's evaluated within the design so that works. I also wanted to get clarity. You mentioned 2 traffic lights. There's only one that we're saying that's it's potential. That's at 1 and 2, the existing intersection with Route 3 in Bloomsbury.
Okay, that's the only one. I was thinking that you, okay.
No, that's the
All
only
right.
one. So at entrance 3, 4, and 10, we don't need any lights. Our initial studies said in the beginning, the R-cut design will meet our requirements and nothing would be required as far as a light.
I thought earlier that there was a study may require one at the entrance 3.
Originally, we said, oh, there might be something there. And then something came up with VDOT alternate studies. We evaluated the R-cut design. That's why it's within our proffers so that we would not be required to do a light there.
All right, good. Okay, that helps.
It's just this one.
Just 1 and 2.
It's just
And
this one
it's
we're
all,
looking at.
for the most part there, that's based on the existing traffic that's there today. It's already been identified as a safety concern within the district. Step 1 is getting the right turn lane in there. Step 2 is what else is justified.
Yeah, I use that road all the time. So, you know, I'm very familiar with it. I just don't like traffic lights. So, but, okay. And, so that helps with the light, the number of vehicles. I mean, that helps as well, because I don't think the people in the middle of the night are going to be leaving to get kids, or probably not going to get anything to eat. They'll probably bring their food, so that'll keep it down some as well. And I think that my other questions have been resolved at this point. If not, they'll come up at a later time, but I'm good. Thanks, sir.
I'm down to I think 1 question left we haven't already hit. The rate restrictions you mentioned from the SCC, is that those would take effect in 2027? Is that correct?
Yes, that's what I read.
Okay.
No, also, is that?
That's right, Mr. Chair. I don't want to argue with the gentleman, but there was a bill that went before the SCC to talk about creating a separate class for data centers, which is a large user. I know that the SCC has had some discussions on it. I don't know that there's any consensus on that yet. It is largely up in the air. There are a number of bills filed this year about it too, because the problem is all the infrastructure that's required to serve the data center and the power goes back into the mix, and the ratepayers end up paying for it. The data center pays a share as well, just like any other ratepayer, but there are many who believe they should be paying the full freight for the infrastructure that serves their projects. You could be right. I'm not aware of that.
I do think
that's happened yet.
Thank you. I do think importantly that the trend is that it is a concern, and I think legislators are looking at this. But I think most importantly is the point we made, is that rates are not local to the King George residents. rates that the King George residents are based on the Dominion area, the entire Dominion service area. So if there is a subsidy in what you pay each month for data centers, well, if you're not getting any revenue from those data centers, then you're subsidizing revenues elsewhere and you're not benefiting from it.
I got one last question.
Yeah, go ahead. Same topic?
No, you got more on that topic?
Yeah, if I could, real quick. And this may be for you, Mr. Stewart. Are you aware of any legislation that would allow the end user to go back to using bridging power? My concern here is we raise the rates, we build this infrastructure out, and some way, somehow, it becomes cheaper to just use bridging power. And so now we're paying for all this infrastructure that's not being used. Instead, they're using bridging power. That makes sense?
Yes, I'm not aware of any restriction against that other than cost. I think I'm not aware of anything
Probably
that
cost prohibitive, but not entirely out of the question.
I don't know that. It's it depends upon the generation method as to what it costs. I'm not aware that there's any restriction other than any agreement that they sign with Dominion, and I don't know how long those agreements last when they sign those. So I would say there's nothing that would prohibit them from going back to natural gas if they decided to, but I say that with no authority.
All right. Mr. Smolik, you had a question?
So I have a question, looking for clarification. I know Mr. Stroud talked about the traffic signal and you know, your diagram that shows one signal at 1/2. Looking at the proffers, there's, you know, the applicant, you break it out into phases. I want to get clarification on this. There is, for phase 1, you need to do an analysis at access point 3. And you could, if VDOT standards warrant it, a signal could be warranted at number 3 there also. So that's traffic signal number 2 that could be in play. And then also, I'm looking here, I think there was another one for phase 2 for traffic signal 4. I got another proffer. I want to make sure I'm reading this correctly because applicant will submit an SJR as identified access point 4. So could there be a signal at 1, 2, 3, and 4? I just want the public to understand this because I think the question was asked by Mr. Stroud, how many signals could there be? And I heard 1, but based on what these recommendations, what I'm seeing in the proffers, there could be additional signals along Route 3.
Yeah, so initially we did evaluate in our study the potential for signals at those locations. Not 1 and 2 we evaluated as a signal, but intersection 3 and 4 we also evaluated as a signal and as the restricted R-cut access. And so that way we have the option for either one of those at those locations. And as was mentioned, we showed in our analysis that the R-cut access at those 3 and 4 would be adequate and would serve the site. So we wouldn't need a signal there.
With today's traffic?
No, with the forecasted build out in 2044, I think was our.
Okay, so I guess the question is there any possibility we could have a traffic signal at 4, 3, and 1/2?
If they were, if they met.
I'm reading the proffers and I see 3 traffic signals here.
They could be.
Yes, that's what I'm reading.
It also says, I went back while I had the opportunity to where I was referring to, and it was on slide 10, and it's a third bullet, submit a traffic signal warrant analysis, signal justification report to determine if any signal, it's not yours, it's on the previous slide, the previous brief. On yours, ma'am. And it said, submit a traffic signal warrant analysis. I touched it with my finger. Okay. To determine if any signalization is necessary to serve Route 3 and access point 3. So that was a proposed proffer.
Correct.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm talking about submitted traffic. That's what I was referring to. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, ma'am? You see it, right? So it was in there to have, there's a proffer to have a light or to do a analysis to determine if it's necessary to serve Route 3 and Access Point 3. So what you've said tonight is you have no intentions of putting a light there.
Correct. That's correct. But it's to understand what the options are and what the right treatment is, and a traffic signal is one of those treatments. That doesn't necessarily mean it would be the preferred treatment at that location, given the factors, the access along Route 3 and how it operates.
Okay. The other gentleman said that and it's in there, submit an R-cut design for Access Point 3. If approved and constructed, applicants shall not be required to conduct an additional signal justification report.
Correct.
So,
Yeah, I think we're getting lost in the requirements of VDOT as far as the process. So as you submit that justification report, one of the things you put in there as far as alternatives. So that's what we have within the proffers, that we're pushing towards using the R-cut design. So that's what we're pushing towards VDOT. VDOT ultimately has to review and approve that. So we can't say we're just doing this. VDOT has to review and approve it. The meeting they had, I think you were also involved in that with the meeting, we talked about that and they said that would be acceptable, but it has to go through that process. So that's what the step one is the signal justification report, which is basically what we say is, hey, here's this intersection. We want to restrict it using this alternative design. VDOT, please tell us we're okay to do this.
okay. Yeah, I don't know what the remedy is. I don't think you guys are wanting to put a traffic signal there. I think you guys just can't make that determination. You're saying that VDOT has to do it.
Yeah.
So
I'd look to lawyers if they want to change that language a little bit, but we're held to regulations between King George, VDOT. We just have to go through that process.
okay, we're good. All right, I think we're good with that. Dead horse.
You all done?
Yeah.
All right. Did you ever go back?
Yeah, Mr. Stewart, if you will, I just, as of November 25, I just wanted to read this. It does say that the SEC has approved the creation of a new rate class for the biggest users of electricity, including data centers. Its final order issued in today's Dominion Energy biennial review. It said that the new GS5 rate class will comprise customers demanding 25 megawatts or more. And the new rate class will be effective beginning January 1st of 2027. Again, not to belabor that point, we do believe that these safeguards are coming because we believe it's an important issue. But the mostly important is having the benefits, the tax benefits, if you're paying rates that subsidize those things. Thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, I don't want to argue that point, but to put a finer point on that, that does not mean that we're going to adopt the model that everyone wants. If you're in the co-op service territory, the data center has to pay for all of the infrastructure that it takes to serve the project. That's the model in a co-op. In Dominion, it's different, and even with the additional large user class, it has not been determined that the data center will pay for all of the infrastructure. And again, I didn't want to argue with you, but I was trying to make a finer point on that just so that this board understands where that stands.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair, for letting me get my nickel back. So I think I did have a question, and Ms. Fergie, you may have part of this answer. It was my understanding that if Service Authority water lines are available, we require applicants to connect to them. We have water on the property next to this property. I think it's actually owned by the Economic Development Authority on Bloomsbury Road. Is that why we're not requiring this project to immediately connect to Service Authority water and sewer? And maybe that's a Mr. Smolnick question.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the, just because there's a line there, I don't know the capacity of that line. I mean, that could be a 2-inch line and they need a 4-inch just to get off the ground. So,
And I believe this will all be resolved in this MOU if we get to the next phase of this. Is that correct?
right, yeah, that is correct. An MOU would be the next step after entitlements and rezoning, should they be approved.
And the proffer of 5 million for connection fees, that's payable when we agree on that MOU? I think your wording was when the county agrees to make the connections.
When it's made available to us, Clark, you could,
When it's available, we have to hook up to it at that particular point in time.
So the connection fee proffer will be when you connect to the water.
well, we're having several things. We're advancing availability fees. So,
That's the one I was asking about.
okay.
When do you pay the county the advanced connection fees?
Language.
It's prepaid. There's 200, yeah,
This is
2.5.
8.4 advanced availability fees. So the 2.5 for water, 2.5 for sewer, they are payable upon the issuance of a building permit for the first data center building or buildings. So that's when that comes in.
Thank you.
Sir.
Yep. So on the award of the building permit.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Just about every single payment under these proffers is made at that first building permit.
Just wanted that clarification for the discussion. I'm sure that's going to happen at the public forum next.
I think the ongoing message here is that we're very anxious to have these discussions with you all, and we want to be customers for public water and public sewer.
All right, thank you. All right, at this time, I'll open the floor to public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker to ensure everyone has an opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address before your comment. Upon completion of comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for consideration. And a reminder, there's 2 public hearings tonight. This one is, what we're talking about right now, is about the rezoning of the parcels and the proffers that have been offered. So for this one, we did actually have a sign-up list, so I'll run down that list. Ms. Lovell.
Five minutes? All right.
4.5. Deal.
4:15. Do I hear 3? Yeah, go ahead. We'll take a break. We'll come back to you, Ms. Lovell. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm going to ask you at the end.
I never thought that. I'm working.
All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene. Ms. Lovell, you want to take the stand? Yeah. But I can't. All right.
Okay.
Mike is yours.
Thank you. Hi, my name is Ana Maria Lobel. I live in Presidential Lakes. I want you to think very clear about allowed data centers in King George. Virginia had the most data centers, 640 data centers, most than anywhere in the United States. Data centers in King George, Virginia had an obsession with data centers. I see these data centers, I-95 from Northern Virginia all the way to Richmond and even past Richmond. The people of King George, Stafford, and Caroline County don't want data centers. They are worried about the water and electricity. These centers will use a lot of electricity. Also loss of the farmland along Route 3. Also, the residents along the Route 3 East Stafford County beyond Ferry Farms and before King George County are worried about nearby data centers in the Rappahannock River. The opposite nearby data centers, they don't think data centers belong in the agricultural land. Also, sometimes these companies don't care about agreements. You remember the Virginia Power put Birchwood out of business. You remember that, please? And do the best thing for the county, not for the business people. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Moncure.
Tootie Moncure, James Madison, speaking as a citizen and not a member of the Planning Commission. The proposed special exceptions present several critical issues that impact great changes to our community. The text in bold on slide 11 introduces a height limit of 90 feet for three-story buildings. This is a significant escalation from the 65 feet for two-story structures. This 90-foot figure seems to have appeared without precedence or visual representation. The slide number 6 in the KGTC only shows a rendering of a building 66 feet. When did the 90 feet enter into the proposal, and will we see it? We have historical context for tall structures in Fredericksburg. The current tallest building downtown, 601 Caroline Street, known since 1974 as the Big Ugly, stands at 89 feet, still less than the proposed 90-foot limit in this proposal. This comparison highlights how dramatically this new limit alters our skyline. The compliance standard on slide 15 is concerning. It states compliance will be demonstrated only prior to occupancy, unquote. This leaves the entire decade-long construction phase unregulated in terms of noise pollution. Construction noise is inherently disruptive and requires clear limits during the build phase. Furthermore, the operational noise levels for proposed Tier 4 generators are unacceptable. County code limits in the code are 97 decibels for the day, 72 decibels at night. Tier 4 generators also produce mid to high frequency of 1,000 to 4,000 hertz. Every additional Tier 4 generator compounds this noise, far exceeding our current quality of life standards. The process of adding proffers wherever an issue is raised seems endless, suggesting a lack of cohesive, well-planned proposal. We must ask, is there a final, definitive list of proffers, or is this a continuous negotiation game? The entire process resembles a game of chicken, pitting the developers against the well-being of our community. This is fundamentally against our lifestyle, neighbors' rights, and what is generally best for the county. I urge you to hit the pause button. Let technology and best practices catch up. Let's follow the lead of neighboring counties and do this the right way. Please say no if I have another second to add. I had a question about the end user question. I don't think that was really answered clearly. And I think we need to put a proffer in for a new sign when you enter the county that says, "Welcome to the Techno Tourism Corridor." Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lyson?
Arne Eliason, James Madison. I think it's important to emphasize that when the Planning Commission most recently heard the proposal, they recommended against approval. And I know that that was on July 8th of 2025. And there have been changes or modifications in the proposal, but they have not been run back through the Planning Commission. So I'm not sure why that was avoided or ducked out on. Second thing is the comp plan. Everybody keeps saying the comp plan has long designated this area as a technological zone, an industrial zone, and an industrial hub. You know, for the last 20 years, it's been the industrial hub of the county. The trouble is that was way before data centers ever came into our consciousness. So to consider the comp plan as being adequate to guide the decision whether or not to invite data centers in is, I think, a moot discussion. A third point is that we were informed that no groundwater will be used for cooling, and the Green Energy is willing to proffer that they will not use Rappahannock water, but we don't know what the cooling system is. We have not been given any information on how the cooling will occur, nor will we know how much noise it's going to generate until we are told those sorts of details. As a friend of mine recently said, devil's always in the details. So without that information, I don't think we can move forward at all. This is, if approved, this 6.5 million, which is the lower number being requested for square feet of this data center, if approved, would rank among the top 5 largest data center campuses in the US. And you have to ask yourself, do we really want to invite that kind of a explosion here in our beautiful county? Obviously, you know my opinion on that. Not knowing where the power is going to come from is very troubling to me. A so-called bridge solution was uncovered at the last presentation, where natural gas was to be piped in and jet engine turbines were going to be brought in to generate the power. That's somewhat akin to having Dulles Airport or BWI right there on that triangle next to all the people who live there and about a half a mile from my home. I'm not sure that's in any way justifiable. I think that's a critical point as to where the power is going to come from. There are too many unanswered questions, and we won't know the answers until further development of this plan occurs. Thank you for letting me speak. One last thing is I did want to give Mr. Stroud a chance to read any letters. You had said that he probably should do that, and that didn't occur yet.
We're going to come back to that. Mr. Rethford? Mike Rethford? All right. Pastor Davis? All right. Ms. Prokosh?
Elena Prokas, James Monroe District. I have a whole line of questions that I've asked that I wanted to ask, and of course 3 minutes won't do it, but I'm going to try. Proximity to houses. I'm concerned about that. We've got Bloomsbury Road, LaGrange Road, which is across Route 3, Kings Highway, and even Lambs Creek Church Road. I figure there's at least around 20, and that's just an estimate, homes nearby. That would really affect people in many ways. And I'll discuss that in a minute, but the second thing I want to ask about is backup generators. How many? What circumstances would allow them to be used? Just the lights blinking? Will they turn them on then? The decibels for for the noise ordinance is 72 decibels, and there is that 24/7? People have to listen to that noise all that time. Then there's the low frequency noise that I did not hear mentioned, 40 to 50 dCAs, and those tend to bring about stress, irritability, concentration, sleep disturbance, and cognitive function issues. So that's where the houses being nearby concerns me. Wells. Is there a test that well owners could use to have a baseline before? And what process would be available to request well replacement? Would the developer pay to hook up the county well? And just a comment about well owners. Most of us don't want city water. The last group of questions I had, I think I've gone over all of them. Oh, jobs, yes. I've never heard of this many jobs. Is that during construction or is that upon completion? Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Ms. Shelton, Becky Shelton.
Hi, my name is Becky Shelton, James Madison District. I'm here on behalf of the people who appreciate the small town nature of King George and the unpopularity of traffic lights. I think there are still a lot of unanswered questions. We talk about hooking up this big complex to the King George service system. But where is King George getting their water? I don't know, but I think it's a question that needs answering. And the under the proffers, there were proffers that would be given in 10 years and what would be the total in 20 and 30 and 40. But it wasn't that long ago that an ordinary computer was as big as this lectern. And now everybody's got one in their pocket. So how many years will it be before these data centers are out of date and not needed anymore? Just another unanswered question. I know there is some inevitability to the arrival and the presence of data centers. I know we can't go back in time. I'm simply asking the Board of Supervisors to be very judicious and unyielding in protecting the rights and interests of the citizens of our county. I know that you care about the precious and fragile nature of the life that we share in this county. And I'm asking you please not to rezone the agricultural areas to industrial. The loss to all of us would be irreversible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Slyman? Did I pronounce that properly?
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Don Slayman. I represent the IBW Local 26. We have 53 members who live in your county. A couple of them asked me to come speak for them. They are now going to bed. They get up at 3 in the morning to go to drive 2 hours, more than about 3 hours on the road going back and forth to Loudoun County to build these data centers. They'd like to live here and work here and build data centers in their own community. The data centers have been a tremendous source of growth for my local union. We worked 14 million hours in 2016. Last year, we worked almost 27 million hours. Our membership has doubled. We're almost up to 15,000 members. And our apprentices start at $27 an hour. Our journey persons make $59.50 an hour with another $28 in benefits. Of that $28 in benefits, 92 cents goes into our training program, and our training's free to the workers. And we spend over $20 million a year on training. We don't use any government money. It's all of their own money of our contractors. We have over 200 contractors in this system, 30 women and minority-owned businesses. The data centers have been a tremendous source of growth. We've been lucky that the industry started here, and almost a third of all data centers are in Virginia. But now those days are gone. We have to compete with the rest of the country because of power. We import more power in Virginia than any other state now because of data centers. And I am really surprised to hear that they're in batch 3. There's 12 batches now. And so to get in line now, it's almost impossible. You know, these data centers, everybody's heard that Microsoft recommissioned 3 Mile Island, Constellation recommissioned his nuclear facility in Illinois for a data center. Just across the bridge, Calvert Cliffs trying to negotiate building a data center on their property and using the nuclear energy before it hits the grid. Stacks Infrastructure is going to spend $100 billion to create a natural gas grid in Danville and build 66 data centers. They did a $125 billion investment in New Mexico. It took them only 4 months to put that together with a $40 billion data center. We no longer have the ability to think that we can keep this industry in our territory, and that's why I'm here today to speak. For every data center that's built, we have 30 people working in them on every single day doing ongoing maintenance, tinkering with them, and then we have retrofittings where we bring 300-400 people in to retrofit them. When you have technological leaps like going to AI from using those NVIDIA single processing chips to multi-processing chips. We have 45% of a data center is electrical construction. That's our work. We've done 97% of the data centers in our 44 counties that we represent in Virginia. And so that's why I'm here today. We really love these jobs. We want to continue. They're safe. They're clean. We have no noise issues with our members hearing. And, it's just a great development, a very clean environment. And our members would like to work close to home so they can spend more time with their family and not on the road. And we really thank you for considering this project.
Mr. Ramirez?
Good evening. My name is Noe Ramirez. I live in Pierce Court, Presidential Lakes. I am a member of the Eastern Atlantic Regional Council of Carpenters, and I'm a carpenter apprentice, actually working on a data center myself in Fairfax County. And I am in full support with the people King George Technology Center. I believe that this project will be a game changer for our local economy, skilled union construction workers like me. And I think at full build out, it is expected to generate over 1,900 permanent high-paying jobs and create nearly $20 million per year in local tax revenue, funds that could support schools, emergency services, and infrastructure without burdening our local taxpayers. It also positions King George as a key digital in our digital economy. Our union is full of workers like me looking for opportunities to make fair wages, work close to home, and support our families. And I think the King George Technology Center isn't about just computers and buildings. It's about people, opportunity, and a stronger future for this county. And that's all I gotta say. Thank you for your time and consideration. I hope that you guys will vote in favor of moving this project forward. Thank you.
Mr. Eastland?
Good evening. My name is Jeff Eastland. I'm a resident of nearby Stafford County, and I'm here tonight to speak as a concerned and informed citizen. I was a probation officer here once in King George, believe it or not, from 1976 to 87, both juvenile and adult system. I'm also a lifetime environmentalist and journalist, having graduated from the first ever environmental studies program in U.S. history, San Jose State, class of 1973. I've been here 51 years. As such, I have researched and studied and written extensively about this subject for the past couple of years. And in my view, this proposal is not only ill-conceived, ill-advised, very poorly designed, and factually inaccurate in its presentation to you, but it's an abomination on the landscape, on the viewshed, on the aquifers, the watershed, the wetlands. The data center industry is an invasive, polluting, disruptive, and destructive industry. Just the build out. Come next door to Stafford. See what they're doing at Eskimo Hill Road and Centerport Parkway. The devastation is breathtaking in its scope. Now, I understand the need for revenue and for jobs, as was so eloquently put by Mr. Davis and the gentleman with the great mustache. But I urge you to seek another path here. You know, there has to be another way. Don't fall for that slick corporate speak and the so-called enticement of proffers and the vague assurances that everything is going to work out okay. It's not. And I'm sorry, but wildflowers and berms ain't going to cut it. And it takes longer than 10 years for a tree to grow. Try 80 to 100. And consider this, these large buildings, we're talking 90 feet now, these large buildings are going to be rendered defunct in a very short period of time if you do some research. The fast-moving technology is going to render those centralized large buildings obsolete. And then what are you going to do with these monstrosities? You're going to have a bunch of mausoleums dotting the landscape. You can't undo that. You can't get that back. You can't put the toothpaste back in the tube. So my advice to you gentlemen is don't squeeze the tube. Thank you. And good luck.
Thank you. Debbie Fairfax? No, you told me you wanted to speak, so I put your name on the list.
Into the list. Okay. I'm Debbie Fairfax. I live in the James Madison district. I agree with Mr. Davis that I hope there is not a decision made on this tonight because there are still many questions left unanswered. And I think they boil down to 4 areas: water, power, noise, and end user. We need better answers to the questions that we all have. And I think all of us have those questions. From the Planning Commission on July 8th, Brett Maffitt made the following comment. He said, "I'm not fundamentally opposed to data centers. However, I do not view this particular project as appropriate for this specific land. There is no public water. There is no gas line. There is no appropriate electrical infrastructure." Maffitt continued, "Regarding water, there are 2 production wells plus a potential backup well will siphon 60 to 70,000 gallons of water per day. This is roughly the equivalent of 190 homes." I looked through that packet. I didn't see where the applicant refuted that, so I welcome them to offer another amount if that's inaccurate. There are impacts on personal wells that are occurring right now in Stafford County that they're trying to assess if they're from data center building. If you notice in their proffer, it refers to their well drilling. If you look carefully at the language, not just construction in general. How is this water treatment center going to work? We have 1 intake right now in the county, and their wording is that they will hook up to county water once it is present, not if, and obviously they're required to. They're also paying advanced availability fees. Are we obligating ourselves to something here? Power. Are they bridging the power with generators? And if so, how many for how long? What is the effect on noise and air quality? Are there going to be battery energy storage facilities needed there at some point? And this is a major thoroughfare in the county. Picture if there were a fire there. Regarding noise, Section 3-2-2 in the Standards and Procedures for Conditional Rezoning, page 5 of the agenda, says number 15, any zoning request for an individual district shall include a noise analysis. Such analysis should demonstrate that the proposed external noise levels will meet the requirements. Their study does not prove they will meet the noise requirements because it isn't based on the same site plan if you look at it. It doesn't have the same number or position of buildings. It doesn't include the same number of air coolers. And then it references, yeah, there are going to be a lot of air coolers, but basically you're going to only hear 1 off of each building. Look at that carefully. If data centers are air cooled and generator powered, noise must be addressed. To give you an idea, R.K. Payne told me he could hear the air compressor in Birchwood, and I think he'd know.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. All right. That's the last of the folks who've signed up. Are there other people present tonight that would like to speak? Oh, wow. All right. We'll start with Mr. Taylor.
Thank you. You all know me. I'm Burnley Taylor. I'm one of the landowners for this project. I'm a resident of the Madison District. I was born and raised in King George. I've lived in, worked in, been active in this community for 63 years, so I've seen a few things. When it comes to county governance and county administration, I've seen excellent, I've seen good, and I've seen not so good. But I would like to say that with regard to this Board of Supervisors and with regard to the current county administration staff, I am pleased, and we all should be. I believe King George is well equipped to face challenges, solve problems, and build our community into the future. County supervisors, present as well as in the recent past, I want to thank you. You have devoted a lot of your personal time and you have each provided valuable feedback during this application process. I also want to thank Fire Chief Moody and Service Authority General Manager Dan Hamilton. Their assistance and suggestions have also been a great help. I want to express my appreciation to the King George Office of Community Development, particularly Kelly Leduc, Angela Ferrugi, and Jackie Fish. And of course, I want to thank County Administrator Matthew Smolnick. Mr. Smolnick came to this county in trying circumstances, but with a record of success in economic development. He has brought on board many welcoming and helpful staff, some of whom I just mentioned, and they are polite, professional, and effective. Many thanks to all of you who have helped to get this proposal to this point. Now, at the risk of repeating information that's already previously been given, I'd like to offer some information about the site, this project. At the end of the day, we're proffering 55 decibels. That's it. We can't go over that. And I do believe we have the wherewithal or the proffers in place to manage and monitor for noise. I know that's a big issue. This property is adjacent to, it shares a northern boundary with the current industrial park. It's been designated by the county for future industrial development and codified as such in the county comprehensive plan. This is the only property in the county that has been so designated. This has been the case for over 20 years. If the county wishes to develop commercial property to broaden our tax base, then I can't think of a better place to do it. 32 acres of this site, right along Route 3, is already zoned for industrial use. 17 years ago, 200 acres of this site, adjacent to Route 3, was under contract and with the county board's support to become a large distribution center for the grocery chain Harris Teeter. It was front page news in the Freelance Star, and everybody in the county was thrilled. 383 jobs or something like that, and we were happy with it. In fact, we were willing to give tax rebates to Harris Teeter to come to the county. We're not asking for any of that. In fact, at full build, we'll be at $80 million. So anyway, I want to finish by saying I do not believe that any sober analysis of this project can come to any other conclusion that this is a home run for the county. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Call. Did I mess your name up? Oh, wrong guy. Sorry. You're the right guy. Wrong name. My bad.
I'm Mike Yurgi. I'm from the James Madison.
Gotcha.
There's a few things that I have concerns with. The power. With what I do for a living, I am involved in a lot of this. I'm assuming there's going to have to be overhead lines brought in. It's going to affect more of the residents from the Manassas County line. I guess it's about a mile past Sealston Grocery. With the amount of traffic coming on that's going to be added on the Route 3, that 60-mile-per-hour road is going to be knocked down to probably 35 to 45 miles per hour. And it's going to have a light with the amount of new cars put in there. And that's just going to slow down everyone's commute. And all I ask is, please do not vote yes tonight. Talk about it. We have a big case coming up on May 4th and 5th. Wait till that is over to determine on what is going to be best for this county. Thank you.
All right. Second row over there. Anybody in the second row? Oh, okay. Yeah, Ms. DeBernard.
My name is Gina DeBernard. I live in Fredericksburg. However, my parents own property right up here down the road from in front of the Amazon property along Route 3 and right up the road from the Green Ventures properties. I will have to say, and I said this to several people tonight, I've been here through the Amazon, every single one of the meetings with Amazon for 2 years. I sat in on the last year on the Fredericksburg project where they approved data centers, and I'm back here tonight. And I will tell you, we need to remember that this project came to this board or to the board about the time Amazon did. But they have come back and they've come back and they've come back, and I have to give it to them. There's been 10 times, 100 times more transparency with this group than there ever was when Amazon came in here. You've got 8 or 10 people sitting here tonight. I came to every single one of the Amazon meetings, and there were probably 2 people here at every meeting representing Amazon. So I give them credit for that. However, I will say I still have concerns about this. Yes, we've had a industrial area for maybe the last 20 years. My family has lived on that property for 60 some years. And you all have heard me say that as a 5-year-old, we drug cinder blocks across the property, laying the foundation as my dad built our house. So I do have concerns, and what do they call it? Those who complain because it's in your own backyard. I'll admit I'm there, right there. But I'm also concerned about this county and the northern neck of Virginia. I love the history of our country, and I just feel like there are too many what ifs right now going on. As the gentleman before me said, we have an Amazon case on May 4th and 5th that's going to go to trial, and we don't know what's going to happen with that. This has been in the works as long as that. Unfortunately, that got pushed through real quickly and approved, and there was some second thoughts about that. Let's not jump in and approve this before we know what's going on with that. Because if both of them get approved, not only do we have 2 large data centers, we have the largest data center campus in the world if both of them are approved. We also, different things tonight that I just took notes as we were talking. 90-foot rooftops. Our generators on top of that. So are we talking 115 feet if you put the cooling units on top? Adjacent property well failure. My question was, our property that my parents own is not adjacent. What if our well fails? We're a quarter of a mile away. Archaeological artifacts, keep them in the county. Bridge power, let's look more into that. How much water are we pulling into the river? And the gentleman over here that deals with the wells was going to answer that question for me, and we're supposed to talk later. Cooling by river water, we have to address that too.
Ma'am,
Yes,
time's up.
okay.
But there will be another 3-minute opportunity in a minute.
All I ask is, do not approve this tonight. Get more answers. And, don't do like they did in the city of Fredericksburg, and they had 40 people speak out in disagreement, and then they voted unanimously. So,
All right. Second row, anybody in there? Nope. Third row. You're up, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Kristen Pruitt, and I am a business owner located in King George Industrial Park. I respectfully encourage the Board of Supervisors to vote for the King George Technology Center. I relocated my environmental construction company to the King George Industrial Park in 2019, and I have a personal and professional investment in the long-term success of King George County. As a local business owner, I am committed to seeing the county grow responsibly and sustainably. With the anticipated loss of revenue resulting from the closure of the landfill, it is critical for the county to identify viable replacement revenue streams. The proposed King George Technology Center represents a strong and forward-looking solution. Its proposed location in and adjacent to the existing industrial park makes both logical and logistical sense, building upon existing infrastructure and land planning. The proposed proffers and improvements associated with this project are substantial and demonstrate a meaningful commitment to the community. I'm not going to list them for the 10th time tonight. Importantly, the Technology Center does not place an additional financial burden on residents or existing business owners by requiring the construction of new schools. Instead, this revenue generated can help improve existing schools, expand vocational and workforce training opportunities, support competitive teacher salaries, and enhance athletic and extracurricular facilities. These benefits directly contribute to an improved quality of life for King George residents while strengthening the county's economic stability and future growth. For these reasons, I respectfully urge you, the Board of Supervisors, to approve the King George Technology Center. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Okay, anybody else in that same row? Okay, next row back. Yes, sir. Come on up.
My name is John Wheeler. I live in the Shiloh district. I came here tonight 100% convinced I knew exactly what I was for. I was against it. I've listened to a lot tonight, and I feel like I'm all over the place. I do have some concerns. I don't want traffic lights. I moved here from Northern Virginia. I've been here for 21 years. I moved here because I wanted that small town feel, as I believe you said earlier tonight. I would like it to stay that way. Where are these people going to eat their lunches, their dinners? I understand night shift. Somebody said they'll probably eat in their office. That makes sense. But what about the other two shifts? Where are they going to eat? Are we going to have a McDonald's down here? Are we going to, because right now we got a Subway, Chinese store, or Chinese food and Sheetz. That's going to blow up that area at certain times of the day. I saw something about 20,000 jobs in construction over 10 years. What does that average out to 2,000 jobs a year, or is that all at the same time? Where are those people going to eat? I guess I don't understand the logistics of that, but that still sounds like no matter how that number works out, there's going to be a lot of people trying to figure out where to eat. And all over, congesting that area. Back in, I want to say it was 2020 or 2021, we had another business that tried to come in from out of town to convert the golf course into a gun range, and we did not make a special exception for them to change that. And I do understand that some of this is already industrial, but I guess 3 parcels of it isn't. I don't know. A lot of my objection to this is, I guess, probably emotionally based, just because of why I moved down here, to get away from industrial, excessive commercial, or at least what I felt like was excessive commercial. I work in Reston, and when I am required to go to work, it is the most stressful time of any time I have to go. I hate driving there. But when I drive up and down Route 3 between here and Ferry Farm, I do not feel stress. It's actually one of the most relaxing drives that I can think of that I've had in most of my driving history. I used to be a courier. That sucked. I hope no decision is. I also hope that no decision is made tonight. I think we need to get as many things on paper as possible. And if you guys do decide to do this, I think we need to extract the absolute most amount that we can get for the county. Thank you,
sir. Anybody else on this side? I'm going to jump over to this side and start with the back, Pastor Shaw. I'll get back to you on the right there.
James Shaw, James Monroe District.
columnist for the Northern Neck Sentinel, citizen journalist, kgmedia.top, speaking in my capacity as an EDA member, speaking in favor of the GEV project. The already approved Amazon Data Systems land right next door to this project consists of 869 acres, and it greatly dwarfs GEV's smaller 356 acres. The comprehensive plan reserves these last currently large tract zoned agricultural acres to transition to industrial when a company like GEV comes in with a workable plan that benefits both parties. Mr. Davis talked about this transition thing earlier. You also need a project that generates enough income to pay the industrial rate of tax, and this project is quite productive when it comes to income and taxes. My back of an envelope benchmark is about 22x to 26x versus agricultural land as it is. If you want to keep more agricultural land, you want the most dense tax-intensive project, this is the best you can get. Over a year ago, the fiber optic burying team was working both sides of Route 3, 12 conduits on both sides of the street, and they came all the way to this property and it stops. That's where the development for big data center sites and stuff is going to end for us, leaving all the rest of the 90-some-odd% to be agricultural. Because its infrastructure is now in place, one can expect data center site selectors like these folks or someone behind them to choose that land for a data center project. I've looked at the various iterations of the GEV plan. One can always criticize something if one looks hard enough. The more important consideration is that this is the third vendor. There is an opportunity for a kind of friendly competition of these three corporate citizens going into the future. Some of them may choose the hard way. We've seen a little bit of that. Some may choose easier ways to win the hearts and minds of the people. They intend to peacefully coexist for a number of decades going into the future. God bless the King George Renaissance, where the carving out of a few hundred acres for a data center site will serve county residents for decades to come. Thank you.
Thank you. And yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Tom Clark, and I am a member and representative of IBW Local 26, the electrical workers. I appreciate the thorough report that was given, and I appreciate all the concerns. This is where we're at today. In the 19th century, it was the railroads, that was the infrastructure. 20th, it was the American highway. Well, this is the infrastructure of today, and it's necessary. And I ask you to take your time and get all the answers to questions for all the citizens, but I ask for a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. And continuing down the row, I think yep, yes, ma'am. Come on up.
Hi, my name is Annabeth Tanner from the James Madison District. I was born and raised in King George, and I moved here after college to be a science teacher at King George Middle School. So I have some questions. What will happen when the technology is outdated and or the tech companies have created better ways of storing data? Data centers have no decommissioning regulations. To quote the Sierra Club, they will live as a giant hunk of concrete long after its tech company occupants have decamped. We have seen the long-term negative effects of rural areas being abused by corporations with potentially deadly effects. Long after the region has been abused, we can look to strip mining, destroying our state neighbors like West Virginia and Kentucky, where after the companies leave, deadly floods have forced residents who have lived there for generations to leave their homes. I am a sixth grade science teacher. One of our sixth grade SOLs, we talk about Navajo Nation. They still don't have clean water due to uranium mining from the 1940s through the 80s. This company has no reason to prioritize prioritize the residents of King George County. In fact, they actually have an obligation to their investors to prioritize their profit, not the long-term benefit of the people of the land that they are housed in. Data centers also increase noise pollution. This unending noise pollution affects residents as well as our children. Residents in Loudoun County, just up the road from us, complain about humming that disrupts their sleep, triggers anxiety, and interrupts their daily home life. Some neighboring data centers report pushing mattresses against windows and exterior walls, as well as wearing noise-canceling headphones in their homes just to function. Noise pollution is not just annoying, it also has a very real long-term health effect. According to the International Commission of the Biological Effects of Noise, noise pollution can cause and worsen cardiovascular disease, type 2 diabetes, mental health and cognition problems, as well as cause childhood learning delays. For a county that already has a staggeringly high patient to clinician ratio, do we really want to place a greater strain on our medical resources? Also, this land is just 3 miles away from Sealston Elementary School. We know that noise pollution will hurt neighbors, but it will also hurt the over 700 elementary school children that receive their education there. As a teacher, I am very biased, and I think that our children's education needs to be our number one priority. Noise pollution also affects our local ecosystems and agriculture. Animals use the sounds for many reasons, including navigation, finding food, attracting mates, avoiding predators. Increased noise pollution, which can be constant with data centers, can affect pollinator behavior and biodiversity. This not only hurts the ecosystem, but it can also have long negative effects on agriculture. According to the research funded by the National Science Foundation, the negative effects of long-term noise pollution continue even after the source of the sound is removed. We've heard a lot about these wildflowers, but they don't do much to attract pollinators if there's a 24/7 buzzing sound that will prevent them from navigating, finding food, reproducing, and actually pollinating. So, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, next row up from there. Oh, yep, come on up.
Hi, I'm Ray Celeste Tanner, her older sister, from the James Madison District. So I'd like to first off just remind us of the vision statement on the King George Board of Supervisors website that was adopted on December 3rd of 2024 to promote the general welfare by maintaining a rural county where all citizens can enjoy freedom and prosperity with limited government intrusion. Moreover, with the mission to promote rural life, civic engagement, fiscal responsibility, and protect our community, preserve our heritage, and anticipate future needs, as well as opportunities to make King George, Virginia, the best place to live, work, raise a family, and own a business. I am deeply concerned that rezoning the over 300 acres in the Route 3 West settlement area to industrial in order to house a data center will not promote the general welfare, maintain a rural county, protect our community, preserve our heritage. Moreover, it will not make King George the best place to live, raise a family, and own a business. Data centers hurt the local environment through air pollution. Data centers require an overwhelming amount of energy. According to a 2025 report from the University of Michigan, on average, a single data center can consume the equivalent of an entire small town, and they cannot fully operate on renewable or clean energy. Data centers have massive carbon footprints, increasing greenhouse gas emissions. In Loudoun County, those emissions have increased over 50%, attributed to data centers. This hurts air quality, which we know worsens asthma, bronchitis, and can lead to premature death. Additionally, CO2 emissions combined with heat generated by these servers can make the land and air surrounding the data centers much hotter. If they don't end up using water to cool the data centers, I'm curious to know what they do plan to do. Water has been used to reduce electric and gas cooling methods, but will there be an even bigger increase in electric and gas usage without the use of water? Water is worrisome, but so is increased use of other resources. As a reminder, plastic bags were introduced as a more environmentally friendly option to paper, and look where that got us. Please don't immediately jump to the idea that this data center is going to be cleaner for us purely because it claims not to use water. Data centers increase the cost of living for residents. We know that they place an immense strain on power grids. And I will say they did claim that the increased cost of energy will be felt by everyone. But as someone who grew up in King George County, going to King George Elementary, King George Middle, and King George High School, I was taught that civic engagement and being responsible citizens to our neighbors is quite important. So I do not buy this idea that if we don't have this data center, somewhere else in our power grid will. Why cannot we be the ones to fight against this data center? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next row up. Nope. All right, and yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Kevin French, and in full disclosure, I am a neighbor of King George County. My property abuts the King George County boundary, and I thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I do not. I'm certainly impressed by the astounding scale and level of engagement by the applicant that was presented tonight. It was truly impressive. I don't presume to make a recommendation to this board tonight regarding your momentous decision, but I have spent significant time working with the Stafford County Planning Commission as well as the Board of Supervisors, and last year implemented some state leading data center standards in 2025, and I offer some things for you to consider tonight. I heard 2 different job numbers, and I'm sure this can be reconciled. I may have misheard. Perhaps 2,000 from the applicant and 1,100 from the county staff. We may want to clarify that or correct my hearing on that. I would also ask that said, that the county might want to consider the degree to which binding assurances may or may not have been made regarding the number of FTEs involved in job promises. Just understand what kind of assurances there are, or if those are merely estimates for you to be clear on. I also recommend that the board consider and understand the visual impact of rooftop cooling towers. Often, these are normally structures that are added to the height of the building itself and may exist beyond what is proffered or what is limited in county ordinances. Again, I do not know the details of this application, but that is something to consider. Rooftop cooling towers add height. I'd ask you to consider about natural gas being considered as a potential bridging power solution. This significantly alters the noise and emissions of the common noise in dBA and dBc low frequency ranges, especially in generators that would be running 24/7 at night. Something to consider even with decibel compliance. I'd also strongly recommend that the county consider a pre-development ambient noise study so that you can understand what the current ambient noise is in different situations on the boundaries during nighttime or daytime, and then you can compare that to what the proffered or what your county ordinance decibel levels are. I'd also strongly recommend that, I retract that. I'd say that I heard tonight that decibel compliance was proffered. I found that interesting in that proffers normally go beyond what's in an ordinance, and I think the proffer was that it would meet the ordinances, which I just found unusual, and I may have misheard that as well. The well water remediation proffers are really humane and generous. I would ask you to consider some kind of a specific arbitration involved there so that you would remove burdens from property owners when they think they might have a harm to address. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, anybody else over here? Yes, sir. Actually, yeah, go ahead.
Good evening. My name is Marcel Leiderberg. I'm the owner of Horty Group USA, a thriving farm right next door to this place. Picture this, a massive data center. Hold on, get my glasses. Monstrosity crammed into a barely 200 usable acres in our front yard, unobstructed from my farm and mere feet away, using 1 million gallons of water, creating harmful emissions and noises reaching in excess of 90 decibels or higher, harassing my workers, disrupting operation and harm plant growth and human alike. It will run us out of business. The real issue here is GEV's utter lack of a tenant. No committed partner, no real end user, just empty speculation laid out in their presentations and documents. How can this board possibly forge ironclad zoning proffers or secure fair infrastructure deals without a powerhouse company like Microsoft or Google directly involved? This issue mirrors the White House last week. Firm stand under the current administration that big tech must shoulder the full cost of their enormous energy appetites and grid expansion, not saddle hardworking ratepayers with the bill. Microsoft has already graciously agreed to do just that. With no tenant to hold accountable for recording the exact rate hikes Dominion has repeatedly cautioned against. Data shows Virginia ratepayers saw a 15% increase in 2025 alone. Their presentation claims no increases are coming. Don't know how, but approval would reward fly-by-night developers peddling illusory tax windfalls. The county's handling of the AWS project and pending litigation has already deterred serious investors from investing in this county. Which hyperscaler would risk coming here? What does the law say about this? King George County Zoning and Subdivision Ordinance, Appendix A of the Code of Ordinances, clearly states, the ordinance emphasizes compatibility with surrounding land uses, requiring that proposed developments not be detrimental to the use, development, or value of adjacent properties or the general neighborhood. Failure to demonstrate minimal adverse effect on adjacent properties should result in denial or conditions. They clearly have not demonstrated minimal adverse impact. Despite the obvious adverse impact to us and my neighbors, should the board decide to ignore the ordinance and approve this crazy plan anyway, we would be forced to appeal immediately to the circuit court. Dear board members, the stakes couldn't be higher. Defend the image of King George County, our farm, our employees, and our neighbors' farms, preserve our jobs and secure a sustainable future for King George County. In other words, do the job you're elected to. I got more, but I guess my time's up.
Thank you.
My name is J.W. Swain. Thanks for having me tonight. I don't live in King George County, but I'm here to represent Virginians. I live about a stone's throw, about 100 yards from King George line. My background is I was a chemist for a major chemical company in Richmond, in the Richmond area. And I want to talk about a couple of the hidden facts that we have not discussed tonight. One of the young ladies touched on it a little bit, but I want to talk about environmental and health concerns. First of all, we all know that the Sealston School is probably less than a mile away. There's two factors that I'm going to talk about tonight. The cooling towers, if there are cooling towers, we don't know how these centers are going to be cooled, but that works on an evaporative process. In these cooling towers, there's anti-fouling chemicals. There are glycols to keep the thing from freezing, and there are biocides to keep organics from growing in these particular things. Where does this stuff go? Well, the cooling process happens in an evaporated process. So we've got aerosol and mist that's blowing into the air, and it blows out over the countryside, out over the land, and into the river, and maybe perhaps into our schools. The second thing is generators. This is going to be a 6.5 million square foot process. We talked about bridging power tonight. Go look up Memphis and see how they're doing with their power, where they have gas generators on a much smaller building that they're having issues with. And just in case you don't know, from a chemistry side, we're producing a lot of ozone, O3. That reacts with everything that's organic. That means it reacts with you, your eyeballs, your lungs, and everything. N oxides, that's nitrous oxides. That hydrolyzes with water, makes nitric oxide. You all heard of acid rain. There you go, right there. And then PM 2.5 and 10. That is a particulate matter. 2.5 is the size of a micron. A micron, you can put many of them on a human hair. These particles go down in your lungs, and they never come out. If we're going to concentrate a pile of generators in one particular geolocation, you can imagine how much PM 2.5 and 10 will be emitted over a course of, say, 10 years. 240 hours of a Tier 4 generator running at 750 horsepower would produce about 1,100 pounds just for 240 hours. That is mind-boggling to me. 1,100 pounds of a particle that's 2.5 microns. That's a millionth of a gram. And that goes out over the area, and that's what we end up breathing. And when you concentrate that particular microbiome in an area of the size that we're talking about up here, you've got some real real problems. It's just like some of the problems, like when we were kids, everybody smoked. Now it's a law against smoking. This is why the technology has not caught up with what's going on in the real world. And I hope you will look at these things as they're not money makers, but they're environmental issues that we need to consider. Thanks for your time.
Thank you. Okay, anybody else that we missed so far? All right, Mr. Dines, do you have anybody online who wishes to speak?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. The first person is Michelle Gill. Ms. Gill?
Can you hear me? Okay,
Yes.
great. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Michelle Gill. I live in the James Madison District, and I appreciate the thoughtful questions raised by the board this evening. Data centers are among the most resource-intensive facilities being built today, as tonight's discussion has highlighted. First, we've heard about the water and cooling impacts. I personally have heard conflicting things tonight. One was that this facility would not use county water or affect the water table or the Rappahannock River. However, earlier we heard the applicant say that they would rely on on-site private wells. By definition, any groundwater well draws from the local aquifer and therefore does interact with the water table, which in turn affects the river. U.S. data centers consume approximately 449 million gallons of water per day, more than 163 billion gallons annually. Even if air-based or closed-loop cooling systems are used, as was also mentioned, they typically come with higher upfront costs and in many cases lower energy efficiency than water-based systems. These systems often require significantly more electricity to operate, which negatively affects the power usage effectiveness and further increases strain on the electrical grid. Second, land use integrity. Agricultural zoning exists to protect working land, food security, and the rural county character of this county. Once land is rezoned to industrial use, that protection is permanently lost. And while the comprehensive plan may allow industrial designation, that doesn't mean that every industrial use is appropriate, particularly when the impacts are long-term and irreversible. And there are economically viable, environmentally responsible alternatives that align with both the comprehensive plan and long-term stewardship. Economic development does not have to come at the expense of agricultural land, grid stability, or future resilience. And third, economic return and energy impacts. Research from the University of Michigan has found that tax incentives for data centers often fail to deliver promised economic benefits. Another study shows that several states that have evaluated data center sales tax exemptions have found that taxpayers lose between 52 and 70 cents for every dollar spent. And finally, public understanding and use transparency. According to the applicant, we heard tonight that the facility would generate approximately 5,700 vehicle trips per day after construction. That level of sustained traffic brings real costs related to road maintenance, safety, noise, and emissions, which are generally costs borne by the county and its residents. It's reasonable and responsible to ask, what enduring public good is being served and who bears the risk if operational uses change? The board is entrusted with long-term stewardship, not short-term approvals. I respectfully ask you to protect this county's land, infrastructure, and rural nature by voting no on this rezoning request. Thank you for your time and your service to the people of King George County.
Right, thank you. Mr. Dines, we have another?
Yes, sir. We have Mr. Roy Shannon. Mr. Shannon?
Yes. Good evening, Chairman Sullivan and supervisors. My name is Roy Shannon with the law firm of Shannon Wright here in Northern Virginia and Alexandria in the town of Leesburg. I represent Horty Group USA, LLC.
Mr. Shannon, can I ask you to make sure you're speaking into your microphone? You kind of faded out.
Okay, sorry about this. Is this better? I represent
Barely.
Okay. I represent Horty Group USA, and we oppose this project for a number of reasons. First, I'm going to talk about two of them right now. The Planning Commission vote and the afforded site developers application with the unfavorable recommendation, And then we're going to discuss the standards for approval with regards to the comp plan. So on the first issue regarding the unfavorable recommendation, the slide that titled notable changes since the Planning Commission, I think that's a little misleading to the extent that those items that are on that slide were known before. The Planning Commission, a number of those, there's not that many changes to what the Planning Commission actually had before them. So I think that it's critical that the Planning Commission that you appointed clearly indicated that this was an unfavorable recommendation for this application. And I think that that needs to be considered because these are the people who do this all the time. And so, again, that is critical of that unfavorable recommendation. The second issue is regarding the rezoning and in particular, the standards that you have to apply. The comprehensive plan, I think someone said was outdated. It's not. It was approved in 2019, and plus Virginia Code 15.2/2230 requires that it be revised or reviewed at least once every 5 years to see if amendments are appropriate. The purpose of the comp plan is for long-term planning, not piecemeal amendments. And so this type of amendment is not good long-term planning. In particular, when the board is considering this, the supervisor shall, and I quote, consider the proper relationship of such amendment to the entire zoning plan and to consider the integrity and validity of the zoning districts described in the ordinance. I think this is important for when you're considering this, that you do it in the entire zoning and the entire comprehensive plan, not just this one particular site. And so, again, when you're considering this, we ask that you look at it from the standpoint of the entire county, not just this one particular site, because otherwise you're doing piecemeal. This isn't spot zoning, but you're doing piecemeal planning, which is never good for the county, especially in this type of situation when you're dealing with newer technologies. Again, I would also point out that everything that I've seen in this application or heard was it's going to bring in billions of revenue, and it's anything that's detrimental, including energy problems or dry wells or no traffic. Those risks were all downplayed. So I think the county's being sold a bill of goods here. Only good, no bad. And that's just not the case in these type of situations.
Mr. Shannon, thank you for the comments. The first probably half, if not more of yours, was so faint, it was really hard to hear. I would encourage you to go ahead and email that to us here at the board so we have a written copy of what you said. Make sure we understood. I think the gist of it was you're against it, though.
Yeah, I'll fix my microphone before the next public hearing.
Wow, now you're rocking it.
Right. All right, I'll fix it for the next one.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Dines.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have Mr. Todd Fairfax. Mr. Fairfax.
Can you hear me?
Very loud, thank you.
Excellent. Todd Fairfax, James Madison District. Mr. Chair, good evening. Let's talk about sound. I'd like for you to join me in a thought experiment. Imagine that I place a stereo speaker on the podium in front of you and set the volume to 8 out of 10. Your common sense and experience tells you that each of you on the dais would experience a certain level of sound noise. Now let's say I add one of the same speakers in each chair of the front row, all set to volume 8 out of 10. You know that the sound noise level you'd experience on the dais would now be much greater. And again, let's say I add one of those same speakers in each chair in the room, all set to volume 8 of 10. There should be no doubt in your mind that the sound noise you'd experience on the dais would be even greater still. Why? Because sound adds. Each noise source adds to the overall noise experienced. I call your attention to the sound studies in the packet, specifically the second paragraph of section 2.2 at the bottom of page 2 of the study. The study notes, quote, while multiple units will be used for a building, these are HVACs, only one chiller would likely influence sound levels at any one location along the property line, unquote. Based on the thought experiment I just took you through, does that make any sense at all? Multiple noise sources will exist on each building, but only one noise source was used in this study? Multiple noise sources will add to the noise experienced along the property lines. Furthermore, the building number and arrangement shown in the study does not match the number and arrangement of buildings in the application before you tonight. Graph 1 on page 3 of the sound study outlines the sound level drop off over distance of a single HVAC unit, not the total number. This board should defer the application until the sound study is reconducted and resubmitted with the proper number of HVACs on the correct number of buildings modeled at the correct height above the ground. Remember the thought experiment earlier and your own personal experiences. Make sure the citizen voters living nearby do not hear these HVAC units. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Fairfax. Mr. Dines?
That was the last online citizen, Mr. Chairman.
All right, and I know we've got some correspondence. Mr. Metz?
Thank you. I received this correspondence from Mr. Kevin Biondi. I'll read it. I'm a resident from the James Monroe District. I've been a resident and taxpayer in King George County for many years. I am writing to express my strong support for the King George Technology Center project. This project is entirely located within an area that the county has long designated for future industrial development and fully conforms to the county's comprehensive plan. The Technology Center will generate many millions of dollars in tax revenue over the coming years. These revenues are critically important as King George County faces significant financial challenges. In addition, the county will be losing a significant source of revenue as the landfill is phased out in the coming years. The King George Technology Center represents an opportunity to help offset that loss and provide a stable long-term revenue stream to replace it. As a taxpayer, I welcome this project because it will help the county address these challenges while keeping real estate and property taxes as affordable as possible for individual residents. In addition, the Technology Center will provide high-quality employment and long-term career opportunities for young people in our community, allowing them to work and build our futures right here at home. I would much rather see a strong tax revenue producer that aligns with our long-term planning goals than large-scale residential development with dense housing on small lots. For this reason, I respectfully ask you to support the King George Technology Center.
Thank you. And it was brought to my attention that we're coming up on 10 o'clock and we need to have a vote to go past 10 o'clock. No, we got to do this before 10. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll make a motion. We extend our meeting till 12. I know. We don't have to go to that number.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Properly seconded. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We're extended till midnight. All right, Mr. Stroud.
So I've got, I'm going to try to hit all these, but I've got an email here from Mr. Kelly Strauss. Mr. Stroud, he's in James Madison. I wanted to share some insights on the positive impact that data centers have on local communities such as King George County. Data centers not only bring high quality jobs and increase tax revenue, but they also support local infrastructure improvements and community initiatives. Their presence can drive economic growth, enhance education opportunities, and help attract additional businesses to the area.
Good to go?
No. Okay, that one has already been, that was Ms. Pruitt, so she came up and spoke. 1 second here.
So we can spread this out so nobody has to do a whole lot of reading if you want. You want me to hit Carla Jones real quick?
Go ahead.
All right. Dear King George County Board of Supervisors, my name is Carla Jones. I live in the James Madison District of the county. As a lifelong resident and also environmental professional for over 25 years, I'm opposed to both the rezoning and special exception permit application from Green Energy Ventures for the proposed data center along Route 3. The facts are that data centers produce low-frequency noise continuously. These noises are often felt and not heard. The vibrational energy of the data centers can affect the central nervous system of people, inducing fight or flight reaction in the brain. This affects some of our most vulnerable people, children, due to developmental and sleep needs. I have personal experience both as a government regulator, as an air inspector in the Virginia DEQ, and working for large industry in the immediate area. I've been involved with noise complaints on both the regulatory and industrial side. The fact is that people living several miles away from the King George dump can hear the machinery motor sounds, and it has affected them. Please see your own record of noise complaints involving the Birchwood Power Facility and the King George landfill. Also see the Virginia DEQ Northern Regional Office noise complaint log for these facilities and other data centers already in operation. There are many houses located only several hundred feet from the proposed data center locations. The quality of life for these individuals will be greatly diminished by the ongoing hum of low-frequency noise of data center operations. The noise from data center travels through buildings, trees, walls, land, etc. So a few extra feet or some trees planted are going to make little to no difference for people living in close proximity and even several miles away from the location. Please do the citizens of King George County, of King George County and deny the data center. There's no amount of money that can be paid to offset the irrevocable effect of the health of citizens on our county. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kind regards, Carla Jones. You want Jeff Green?
I'll do it.
And Mr. Dines, go ahead and run the clock on these because some of them are pretty long. Please.
This was not. All right, this from Jeffrey Green. Dear members of the Board of Supervisors, my name is Jeffrey Green, and I own a property at 3498 Kings Highway in the vicinity of the proposed project, requesting a rezoning of approximately 300 acres of agriculture A1 to rezone to industrial for the purpose of constructing a data center. I strongly oppose this request. There are many homes surrounding this area that have their own residential wells. This is a big concern for high water consumption required, which can deplete the water supply. There is an added concern for the high volume of electrical power usage, which can result in the result of blackouts, high costs for the residents. There are environmental concerns regarding noise, air pollutions, and also potential health issues from living in proximity to this data center. These can greatly degrade our quality of life to enjoy our homes properly. I ask that you prioritize the health, safety, and quality of life for your constituents and deny the request for rezoning and special exemption permit. Jeffrey Green.
You got Justin Green?
Yeah, I can do Justin. So I've got an email here from Justin Green, James Madison District. Dear Mr. Stroud and members of the board, I'm writing to you in opposition to the Green Energy Ventures application. You've got the numbers here. To go from A1 to industrial zoning, I live adjacent to the proposed project and feel that this will be detrimental to our quality of life. The traffic is already heavy through our area, and considering the 10 to 15 years of full build-out construction, this will be massive for our small area of family homes. Myself and neighbors, 3396, 3412, 3456, and 3524 Kings Highway, which are directly across from this proposal, and 11580 and 12,000 LaGrange Lane, along with neighboring properties on Bloomsbury Road, have previously spoken opposing the project during meetings with Planning Commission. I ask you to think as if you were an adjacent neighbor on a shallow well living directly across from this massive build-out to consider the noise during construction, and once up and running in full operation, lighting for parking areas at night reflecting towards homes, and the traffic implications that this project will cause on neighbors living on already high traffic State Route 3. The suggested traffic signal at Bloomsbury will cause the neighboring homes on Route 3 to be waiting for a traffic signal to change to exit our driveways. This will push the gateway of the northern neck farther down and make our peaceful living a new way of life that will not only affect a generation of families that have lived in this area their entire lives, but the generations to come. I ask you to oppose this rezoning application and stand with the neighbors in this stretch of Route 3. Thank you for your time and consideration. And I've got Mr. Larry Emery, who is a business owner in the industrial area. He was not able to come tonight, wanted to, due to illness, and he is in support of the project. He wanted to come and speak in support of it. And I think that's all I've got.
All right, great. Anybody else? Ms. Bender, you have anybody?
Yes, I do. So are you ready?
Yeah, hit it.
All right. Good morning. Friends of the Rappahannock acknowledges that data centers are integral to modern life, supporting essential digital infrastructure. But just like any development project, they must be assessed for their impact to sensitive areas and resources like streams, wetlands, and floodplains. Additionally, water in Virginia is a public trust resource. There needs to be transparency in how much and in what way our water resources will be used. It is in the public's best interest to have the information. Data center companies and local governments must be open and truthful during the planning process for data center and associated supportive infrastructure projects. Please find below my more further comments. Wetlands. Wetlands are present on the northern part of the site, and the applicant has proffered to submit a wetland delineation at the time of the submission of the initial site plan, yet a wetlands delineation, sorry, I'm mispronouncing that, was already performed by TNT Environmental in June 2024. The applicant should share results of that delineation with the public before the project application is considered, including how many acres wetland, if any, are to be impacted and mitigated for. In the Rappahannock River watershed, most wetland mitigation credits are purchased from downriver wetlands, which leads to degradation of local water quality, in the case the Birchwood Run. Floodplains. Proposed buildings 1 and 2 and substation 1 are shown in the drawings to be located within the FEMA designated floodplain. Citing critical infrastructure within a federally designated floodplain is a poor idea. Buildings 1 and 2 and substation 1 should be removed from the proposed project. Erosion and sediment and stormwater BMPs. We are also concerned that the proposed substations are directly adjacent to sensitive site features, including wetlands, floodplains, and the RPA for Birchwood Run. Extensive disturbance will be required adjacent to these site features, placing them at risk. At a minimum, the applicant should provide funding for extra third-party erosion and sediment inspections and monitoring. All stormwater BMPs should be designed for a 50-year storm capacity. Transparency in water use. The FOR appreciates that no groundwater will be used for data cooling of the data center equipment. The application also states that no water cooling the data center equipment will be permitted on the property unless and until the property is connected to and served by the service authority water system or other water supply sources becomes available. However, given the current effort by DEQ to move King George away from groundwater wells, the applicant should share estimated potable water use data from groundwater wells. Additionally, the applicant has not shared how the project will be cooled if it's using potable or reclaimed water once it is connected and served by the service authority. All other water supply sources become available. The estimated amounts of water to be used for cooling should be shared with the public prior to consideration of this application. Respectively, Brent Hunsinger.
Got anybody else? Excellent. I will now close public comments and close the public hearing. Thank you. All right. We've got a lot of information brought for us. Yeah. Discussion?
So if the decision is not made tonight, do we have to have another public hearing? No.
Now, the question, in case you didn't hear it, was if the decision is not made tonight, do we do another public hearing? No, the answer is no. The public hearing occurred tonight. We can take this offline and consider it and vote on it at a later date.
Mr. Chair, I have a question for Mr. Stewart. How long is the window for deferring it?
I'm not sure there is a window. I think you have the time you need to consider this and look at other options.
Thank you.
So, well, I mean, so there was a lot of talking tonight. You know, a lot of people talked. We had for and against. A lot of the people that were against are environmental concerns, affecting the birds, the bees, stuff like that, animals, reproducing, you know, all that stuff. But, you know, the way that I see that is a lot of people, if you listen to them and you go by those comments, then there will be no data centers anywhere. There won't be any cars. There won't be probably any industrial complex. And they'll be eating honey, I guess. I don't know where they'll get it from. But the thing is what I didn't hear anybody that came up and spoke against it say is how they're going to pay for all of the bills that the county has. And you know, we heard teachers came and spoke against it, and the young lady even said that the children's education is her priority. I'm glad to hear that, because paying the teachers wasn't a priority, and most people complain about the salaries unable to pay the teachers, and things like this is what enable that. Okay, the county needs revenue. The county needs revenue. The money's got to come from somewhere. Now, a lot of people say, well, it could come from somewhere else. There's got to be a better idea. There's got to be a better solution. Amazingly enough, I haven't had anybody come up yet and offer that. You've heard that at one point, I guess, teeter, I may mispronounce it, was an option there. And for some reason, that didn't pass the test. There are people that live nearby, some that, the majority that are against it, say that. If in a perfect world, money weren't a problem, if in a perfect world that, you know, there wasn't any need for, I guess, data centers, technology centers, or any of this, and we didn't have to solve these problems, then that'd be really cool. But I think, you know, Pastor Shaw did a really good job of drilling it down. And we have an economic development board. We have economic development for a reason. The county needs economic development. People say, well, you know, we need more small business. Some people say we need more businesses. Where does money come from a business? I know I'm not going to put people on the spot necessarily with that, but where does the money come from? And it comes from the property tax. The highest property tax come from what? Industrial acreage. Not from agriculture, not from growing flowers, growing plants. We all like that. We love agriculture. But it doesn't produce the revenue. Doesn't produce. Flowers we don't pay property tax on flowers. We pay property tax on the land that flowers are grown on, or corn, or whatever it is. Those are great things for counties that can afford to live that way. At one point, Stafford had agriculture. The counties around us were agriculture. I imagine at some point, whenever the settlers first moved to Louisa, they lived on food and stuff that was grown there. Unfortunately, what happened? It grew and it moved out. And that's what's going to happen here if we don't do some way to contain it or some way to control it. How do we do that? It's not rooftops. That brings more cost and more expense than it does money. So where's the money going to come from? I support this effort because it's in the industrial area and it brings the most bang for the buck for what we get. And it allows the county to remain agricultural in other areas without having to try to expand or grow and do things outside of that. That doesn't mean that won't happen, but it will allow greater choice in the future in those areas. So I support it. It's not, and as Supervisor Davis said, these things aren't easy. Okay? Paying bills, making decisions aren't easy. Whenever you tell your kids no, they can't have a bike for Christmas because they got something else, you run out of money. Those decisions aren't easy. Nobody likes it. But unfortunately, somebody has to do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, so thanks, Chair. I've kind of been keeping track as we've gone through this conversation. This is a difficult problem, right? There's a lot of questions when we started out seeing this. I think back it was April at the Planning Commission initially, and I looked at the plans then, and I kind of had that whoa moment, just the size and scale of this project. So I've been kind of keeping track of the changes and the interactions because as I look at projects, and in April I was running a campaign, so I got to talk to a lot of people in the community about this specific project. So it went from, I had counted 19 buildings. I think the developer here said tonight it started actually at 22 buildings. We're now at 13. The setbacks. In our zoning, we've talked about 50 foot. I think initially at the Planning Commission, it was at 200 feet. It's now at 250. In addition to that, I think one of the things I talk about is the definition of rural, right? I like the view as I drive down Route 3. The berm heights have gone from 12 to 16 feet. So you add the berm height change and the setback change and the fact that they've revised the plan to 65 feet on the buildings in the front, 95 in the rear, right? All of that contributes to that, hey, do I still keep that? Have I mitigated that stress-free, so I can keep that stress-free drive as I come into King George? I think they even added a berm on one side that wasn't there originally. I have been, no secret here, the stoplight thing just drives me nuts. But even on that one, right, I look at what are the other, this is clearly in the Route 3 West primary settlement area. Nobody's asking to modify that settlement area, right? Every other data center project that's come in here has had to ask to change a settlement area. I'm just going to read a few, right? These are the sentences we wrote in the strategic plan for the county called the comprehensive plan. The area is created to serve as the industrial hub within the county. Go to the next section, right? It's to encourage light and heavy industrial development and limit further residential development. Industrial development should be limited to the triangle created by Route 3, 665, and Route 605. It's clear that to go along with Supervisor Stroud, right? This was where the county strategic plan was to put these heavy industrial uses so that we can preserve the rural character for the rest of the county. I guess from that aspect, I support this project as well. Good jobs as well. Not even, and then we get to talk about the revenue that will generate for the county. So that's it.
Well, I'm not going to say I'm not saying I'm for or I'm against. The same things I said about the large scale solar project that came through, I pointed out all the good things about what it could do. I voted against it because I'm just letting you into a side of how I'm thinking. I have community people reaching out to me saying we need firefighters to get paid more. We need teachers to be paid more. We need police officers to be paid more. We need a new elementary school for our kids. Demand. And then when someone comes with an offer to give us a solution to some of those issues, everyone says no, no, no. But no one ever says, well, we should do this instead. Here's an alternative solution we have for you to do those things. Because the only solution that we have right now on the table is for me to go out there and take money from your wallets to pay other people and pay bills. How long does that last? before people who've been living in King George County for 100 years, and these people are some of my constituents. I had a 78-year-old man in my district. He had to go back to detailing cars because of his property taxes, because his taxes went up. And we haven't done that since we've been on the board. But you can't keep going back to the well of just going, well, they got it. Well, they make enough money. You can't keep straight. So you got to come up with a solution that is going to set the children that we say we care about, set them up for the future to where they can actually afford to live here. Whether this is the right choice or whether it's not, this is a picture into what's going on in my head and what the dilemma is and what you have to deal with. The comments are made. I do like some of the guys at GEV. We've been talking since when I was running for election. I had to meet those guys about this deal. By the way, Ryan and those guys from the solar project are some of my friends too, and I said no to them. So that's got nothing to do with it. I got like that one. I have friends on both sides of it, but it's not just as simple, cut and dry. I think some of the stuff is inflated as far as they have answered the water issue thing, and we keep bringing up water issues and things like that. There is a pipe, there's infrastructure running right now. You see it going right down by a hop yard. Why do you think that infrastructure is getting put in, that water is getting put in? If we said yes to this today, they'd probably be building, best guess would probably be 3 years from now. Do you think that infrastructure is finally going to be in, connecting all of our water systems by Oakland Park, going right by them within 3 years? I should hope so. So that's going to be probably a nil issue for me as far as a well, because I don't want them having a well and going and using water. I want them to be part of the service story. So most likely, all the infrastructure. Is there a timeline on infrastructure from here to Oakland Park, or is everyone's already left, right, from the service authority? All that stuff is being run right now. If our county wouldn't have sat on that $17 million for 2 years, as opposed to the infrastructure would already be in today. And then we might have a whole bunch of different businesses that want to come in and do business with us and put different things that we might like to. But the money was sat on. The infrastructure was not laid. Nothing was put in. So we as a community right now, we're catching up. Do we want to tear down this old courthouse? Or do we want to spend the millions of dollars it's going to take to refurbish it? What do we want to do? Do we want to add on to the high school, VOTEC? These are the bills that are coming. So these are decisions we got to make. And like I've said from day one, we as a community have to decide the direction that we want to go and how we want to be. And it's not just going to come with people saying no, 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 or yes, yes, yes. The people who are saying no, I appreciate your no's, because there's a big part of my head that says no, Bill, no, Bill. But what's another solution? What's the solution? What's the answer then? What's the answer? And that's what we have to come up with. If you got those answers, I'm listening. People say we don't listen. I'm listening. I'm listening for answers. Just share them. Tell me what they are. It's easy to sit back and go, you shouldn't do this or you should do this, but no one has a solution to any of the issues or any of the problems that we're facing. No one does. And so that's the angle you have to look at this. If not, we say it all the time, if not this, then what? What is going to make you happy? Because years ago, they fought a solar farm there. Now we're fighting this. So what is it that we want? And what do we want King George to look like? And I'm welcome to all your emails. I'm welcome to all your phone calls. Just send, we're open, right? We're open for business. So just let me know what the other ideas are. And let's share, let's start looking at them.
All right, Kathy, you got anything?
The only thing I want to say, there's been a lot of talk, and I don't know how long my voice is going to last. I would like to hear the answer to the bridging power further fleshed out, and to give Mr. Mitchell and his team an ability to answer that, to assure the people that are living around it, have power lines, eminent domain. That's one thing. Number two, to be able to address the noise study, because the noise study, as even stated earlier today, was done in fall of 2024 on a different site plan. So I would like to see the newer noise study based on now using more coolers and the bridging power. I would like to be able to give Mr. Mitchell an opportunity to give more further information. Maybe that's one meeting. He can bring that back. That's how I'm seeing. I would like those answers because right now, without those answers, I'm not 100% at this time for it.
All right, thank you. All right, we're an hour and a half away from having to extend this meeting again. We've got a whole other public hearing and a bunch of other stuff. I will give you 2 minutes to go back, Mr. Stroud.
Thanks, sir. I just wanted to touch on a couple things quickly that somebody talked about there being a lot of changes to the project, and in studying project management, you've got something this size, there's going to be changes, and there was a lot of changes made that were based off of comments over the last year and discussions that were taking place. So a lot of the things that happened, whenever they were making changes, they were as a result to either recommendations or people saying things. Also, there were residents and people living by there. I asked the GEV to speak to the people around there, and some of them spoke to them and some of them didn't. Okay. They had the opportunity to, but they didn't speak to them. So if you have those concerns about that, then for them to get met, then sometimes the best dialogue is between the two people, or to have that, so that can happen. So, you know, it's not that if somebody asked me to talk to somebody, then I did do that. Okay. But there's a means to doing that, and somebody could do that themselves. You know, I am not friends with the GV guys. I think I'm, you know, probably friends with Mr. Burnley, I hope, Mr. Taylor, sorry. But, I wouldn't call it friends. I call it business acquaintances. I do business all the time. So there are people that do business. But it's our role, and my role that I see, and I've said this before, is to address the financial concerns of the county to the benefit of the citizens. And that's as a whole. And for me, it's the James Madison District. Taxes, I've got two large housing areas in there. They are on the service authority. There's a big debt. People always complain about that debt. Where's the money going to come from to help pay that down? Okay. The service authority is a big sucking sensation on people's monthly bill. I see these type of efforts as a way to help with that. But I think all the issues, as Mr. Davis said, all the issues that were addressed tonight have been addressed by the GEV team tonight. The sound, the noise, there's limits to that. So we can do studies and such, but they still cannot exceed the 65 decibels. I think it is max. 55. Okay. So 55 max. So the limits are still there regardless. There's one thing that I missed earlier. A gentleman brought up about addressing the, I guess, arbitration fees. If people have a problem with their well, that, in other words, if somebody has a problem, they don't have to hire an attorney to address it. So, you know, that needs to be addressed, because I don't want somebody to have to come up with an attorney to sue GEV to get their well addressed. So I think that was a good point that needs to be mitigated. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. All right. Do we have a motion?
We have in the past not voted on things tonight was brought up. We at least pushed it a meeting. So my motion would be that we bring this back up at a meeting in, sorry? Well, what meeting? February?
This is the next meeting.
Well, there's at least 2 meetings.
You guys got some questions asked you tonight. Do you have any new questions that you need to go back and answer? Or do you feel like you answered? I'm not talking about tonight. I'm talking about you got callers, you got people who spoke, and a lot of information. I know you guys were writing stuff down, and you're going to need some time to answer some of those things. Am I right?
I feel like questions were there's some misinformation.
presentation on. There's some things we speak to.
I'm not talking about tonight. I'm talking about, do you need time to put something that answer those questions? Do you feel like you've answered all those questions adequately?
You mind going up to the thing so we get it on record? And I think the question is, do you need some time to prepare responses to these questions?
Not necessarily.
We want the questions answered.
I'd like to try to answer some of them at this moment.
Suggest something.
Okay.
I understand you guys have been asked. You can't tell us who the end user is. There's no data center that's in your business that does that at this stage. They just don't. You can't legally do that. So that question is no. I'm not worried about that one. There's other things like what kind of coolant, how are we going to do this? Not how we could, but kind of pinpoint some things in on how this is going to be done.
Well, there are a couple of very tangible things that you've asked for. One is the wells, the adjacent wells, and how that arbitration process can be handled. That's a pretty easy fix to a proffer. There was an earlier comment from Mr. Stewart about.
I'm gonna stop you. I apologize for being rude, but there's like 50 questions. We're not going to answer them tonight.
No. I'm not expecting. I understand it completely.
Okay.
My point is simply that there have been some very tangible requests which we can easily address. The most important thing, though, for us is what are your concerns? What do you think is unanswered? And that will guide us as far as, what we can do from this point and how we put something together for you.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we defer to a future meeting, and that'll give us a chance to give any questions to Mr. Smolik.
Did you have a friendly amendment to that?
I'd be content with shooting for the last meeting in February.
Okay, so I'd like to amend my motion that we defer to the last meeting in February.
We have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second?
Second.
Any discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you all.
Guys. Okay, you're not done yet. You've still got your other public hearing.
But this hearing is closed.
Yes.
The chairman closed this hearing. We have one more to go.
Right. All right, I will now close public hearing for application Z 2022-00021. Okay. Don't need a break?
Yeah, Ms. Rock.
All right, we'll press. All right, application number 2, Z 2024-00194, Green Energy Ventures LLC has applied for a special exception permit to construct a data center complex on approximately 342 acres of land, locally generally northwest of the intersection of Kings Highway and Bloomsbury Road, and more specifically identified as tax parcels 21-49, 22-46A, 21-73, and 21-49A. The special exception permit also requests approval to allow buildings exceeding 50 feet in height. The special exception permit is contingent upon approval of application Z-2022-0021. I will first ask for the staff report from Ms. Angela Fergie. And you covered all that in your original brief, I believe.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chair. Thank you. That's what I was going to say. I did a combined staff report and PowerPoint presentation, but I'm happy to answer any questions you guys have.
Excellent. Any questions? Any following? Ms. Bender?
No.
All right. With that being the case, I will now open the floor for public comment. Public comment is limited to 3 minutes per speaker to ensure everyone has the opportunity to speak. Please state your name and address before you comment. Upon completion of comment, I'll bring the matter back to the board for consideration. And I will remind you, this public hearing is for the special permit and special exception to build above 55 feet. All right, we will get it started with Ms. I'll come back to her. Mr. Eliason.
Yeah, I think for a second time, we've been blindsided by late presentation of information. The first time was with regard to the gas run turbines, but this time it was due to the number of entries and exits from the data center campus. And I think it's pretty much assured that we'll see one traffic light. It's probable we're going to have to see 2 traffic lights, and it's possible that we'll see 3 traffic lights due to the in and out egress, ingress exits that are being proposed for us to adopt. I think that would be a travesty. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Rutherford, sorry. Mike Rutherford. I think he left earlier. We missed Mr. Wheeler. You're all set? All right. Thank you, sir. Ms. Pruitt, I think she left as well. Mr. Swain.
Just some general comments about the buildings and the future of where AI is going. If you don't already know that Google has already proposed 2 space shots next year to put these chips into space, and if that solves the problem, if they can get these to work, it's going to make these buildings obsolete. So there won't be any tax money. Second of all, if we don't know who the vendors are or who the lessees are, I guess there's probably some financial work that's, I don't know who's doing your financial numbers, but if the government is in those buildings, U.S. government, Virginia state government, or bank, you cannot collect taxes off the equipment inside the building. And the other thing is, if there's a refresh rate on their equipment, which they're looking at refresh rate of they're usually saying about 5 years, but what they're doing is they're going in and just pulling pieces and parts and putting only RAM. So you're not getting the full refresh rate of equipment in those buildings. So your tax dollars are not going to go as far. Thirdly, there's already a chip out there that will replace 10,000 computers that are going in these data centers. That's pretty much the entire use of these. The only thing they haven't solved the problem of is how do they get all the wires to it, and that's only a matter of time. And then the other thing I'll ask you to do is look at the traffic problem. If power goes down like PJM is calling for, I think PJM said that more than 4 times a year they're going to lose the grid. So if these guys have to run 24/7, how many fuel trucks and where are they going to come from to fuel this thing for 24/7 operation, say for 4 days? That's 187,000 gallons a day based on a 725 horsepower gas or diesel generator. That's a lot of trucks coming in and out, and I don't know where they're going to get the fuel from, because that would be the entire Northern Virginia sector if it all came to that. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, John. All right. Miss Lillian Swain, is that correct? I got you. Pastor Shaw. All set. Anybody else? And I will ask you, please limit it to the discussion at hand, the build-up height.
Yes, I just wanted to say that Amazon, which is still, I guess, up in the air, that was approved. Their buildings are going to not benefit from any berming, anything like what we have, or the maturity of trees like that we're going to be planting, or the setback, and they're going to be 120 feet high. So we're better than that.
Come on up.
May I clarify? This is for the special exception permit, not just for building height, but for extending a special exception permit to permit data centers, correct? Or am I inaccurate?
Well, this one is about, yes, special exception and for the building height. You're correct.
So I can address special exception?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
And to be clear, y'all can, it's public comment. You can speak about what you want, but I would encourage you to try to stick to the topic at hand.
My name is Debbie Fairfax. I live in the James Madison district. I still want to reiterate that there are 4 main questions that we have. I do think they've done a lot of things to try to meet the requests of citizens. I know they've answered some specific ones I have, but part of the reason we have a special exception permit is so that we can ask for things, so that we can tailor something to be the best that it can for our area. That's why we have it. So the fact that they've done that work is a good thing, not a bad thing. And I want to stress that I think as our elected representatives, until you can feel comfortable answering those 4 questions, what about the power? Is it going to come from the 230 kV lines at Birchwood? If so, where are the power lines going to run? I know that we don't determine it and they don't determine it. The SCC does, but they've got to have a general idea. Birchwood had it on their site plans. I can tell you exactly where those power lines were going. It's not wrong for us to ask that. Also, if they don't have a definitive power source, if they can't get the power as soon as they want it, are we going to be subject to using whatever kind of latest experimental newfangled thing that they can to power the plant? Now, with regard to water, are you comfortable answering citizen questions and feeling rock solid on water? I want to point out that what was spoken about earlier, they say they will have no water cooling. And I believe this is quoted, I copied it down and then my phone died. Quote, until property is connected to and served by a King George County Service Authority water system or other water supply source that becomes available to the applicant. That I think needs to be more narrowly tailored. Additionally, I understand that they've proffered the noise, but there is a requirement for a rezoning that they produce a sound study that shows they will meet our standards. I mean, I can tell you I'm going to be 110 pounds tomorrow and swear to it. It isn't happening. Okay, so we need to have something more. I recognize they're proffered by law, but I still think we need to obey what our zoning ordinances are and require corporations to meet those, because if we don't, why do we have them? And lastly, just time's up.
Thank you. All right, anyone else? Hang on, in the back.
Still Ray Celeste and still from the James Madison District. I'm assuming that I'm one of the young ladies that was referred to in the back, just looking at everyone here. But I do want to just clarify that while we grew up in King George and were educated here, we were also educated beyond that. Between the two of us, we have 2 master's degrees and a doctorate. So we are not just young ladies who are upset. And I think some of our statements were mischaracterized. We are not suggesting that planting flowers and ignoring needs of money is what we should be doing. The statement on the wildflowers has to do with the generation of the images where there are all of these wildflowers. And we kept hearing about how the wildflowers were going to mitigate all of the negative effects of these data centers. We are not using rose-colored glasses to think that data centers are not necessary anywhere, but we are worried about how close they are to our elementary schools. We have over 700 students at Sealston Elementary, right next to where this proposed data center will be. And quite frankly, I just want to remind you that the role of a public hearing, specifically for rezoning and redistricting, is not, we as citizens are not required to come up with economic plans for solving the issues of the past. And I'm not saying that we're not interested in it, but quite frankly, I'm a millennial with debt. I'm not a business owner who is planning on this economic development. As a citizen at this public hearing, it is not my job to, in the 3 minutes that I am allotted, to give you ideas for how King George can make more money. And I would love to do that, but as we know, we only have our short amount of time. I would like to remind you that not only are the air quality, the water quality, but also the noise pollution. I know that we have these standards that are set forth, but these are running 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year. every single day, 24 hours a day, we will be hearing the buzzing. And this will not just affect the pollinators that I know you talked about, but this also affects all of the citizens of King George. Thank you.
Marcel?
Yeah, Marcel Weiberberg, Horty Group. So it's almost comical what I've said from day one, that you've got a whole county full of people opposed to this nonsense, and you've got a board here sitting there, hardworking. I really appreciate your time. You're great people, but you were predetermined to approve this from day one, as I pointed out, and it's no more than obvious where a supervisor starts off a meeting with a glowing review of how great this thing's going to be. Listen to these people. I mean, are you all tone deaf? But in the absence of that, can we get some questions answered? Where's the diesel tank on this site? The gentleman left, but he made an estimate. The estimate's wrong. 24-hour period, these generators will burn 2 million gallons of diesel fuel. 2 million gallons. For power outages, for power shortages, we are going to suffocate. Where's the tank going to be? I don't see a diesel tank on this plan. Is anybody going to invest money? Is Google going to invest money that's offline and has no backup? So you need 15 million gallons worth of diesel backup. Where's it going to go? Where's the runoff? I will send you all a picture tomorrow off of my dam showing his land flooded, where they plan to build a substation, continuously flooded. I mean, are we for real? We're going to build 2 million square feet of impervious impervious land? It's all going to run my way. As it is, we are flooded out, okay? We have no outflow. Ask a million times, can you clear out the beaver dams? I don't know, it doesn't matter. We have no outflow now. So if we're not affected, I don't know who is, but there's a million questions, and I appreciate an opportunity to get these answered. So I'll submit them all. And I don't know how we're going to get answered, because all they do is make PowerPoints and lines with trees that are going to be there in 20 years. It's all BS. There's no details. How we're going to cool, how we're going to provide the backup, how we're going to deal with pollution, how we're going to deal with noise. There's a million questions, and we're just sitting there listening to it all and like, well, as it is, I'm for it, because we don't really need flowers. Sure. And why don't you guys come up with a good idea? What kind of nonsense is that? What kind of nonsense is that? That is your job, as this lady pointed out. The young lady, as he so eloquently put it. That is your job, not our job. Thank you.
Any other comments? Anybody get any correspondence online? Mr. Dine, do you have anybody online?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Our first person is Roy Shannon. Mr. Shannon?
Yep. Can everyone hear me this time?
Yes.
All right, fantastic. Good evening, Chairman Sullivan, supervisors. My name is Roy Shannon with the law firm of Shannon & Wright here in Northern Virginia. I represent Horty Group USA, LLC, and obviously we oppose this application as well as the previous rezoning. I'll go ahead and submit my previous statements via email for the other application for the record, but I want to emphasize my public comments on a couple of things here. One, I think the board should be relying on its planning commission, because that's what this deals with, long-term planning. The comprehensive plan, the rezonings all deal with planning for the jurisdiction in the long term. And so the planning commission came back with the unfavorable recommendation on this site for the developer's application to essentially change King George County zoning. And so I think that should be emphasized here and relied on heavily. I think it should be noted that in the slide for the presentation, the last application and for this whole project, it showed notable changes since the Planning Commission hearing. And that's a little misleading because it seemed as if it was from the July 8th hearing. But many of those points had already been accommodated and the Planning Commission considered them. There were some tweaks, but it's not as if you are seeing a whole new application on these projects today. Now, maybe from the year that it's gone back and forth, but this is a negotiation. This applicant cares about site development. That's what they're doing. There's no end user. They're going to get it developed and then be done with it. And what they care about is their bottom line. The amount of money that they're now offering, they could have offered that in the beginning. As with all land use applications, a lot of people put in what I call the ugly duckling, and then go ahead and they say, well, we only have 12 buildings now. Well, they were never going to put that many to begin with. And again, part of this is, what is the county getting into the future? And it's a lot of uncertainty. The data is just not there. And under the standards for the current special exception, the data needs to be there. It needs to show that there's no impact on the adverse, to the neighborhood. And I think the comp plan, it's current, 2019. It's probably been reviewed in the past 5 years. And that's long-term planning by the county for the county. What's going on right now is short-term rezoning for the benefit of the applicant, not for the county. So I think the county needs to take a step back and rely on the people that it appointed, the planning commissioners. And I get it that times are tough, money's short to come by, but going with a site developer is a little bit different than going with the known end user that's coming in and saying, we're going to be here for the long haul. This just doesn't seem like they're in it for the long haul. It seems like they're in for the short-term gain. And again, I don't think there's any harm there in relying on the people you appointed to do this type of planning. So again, we oppose this project on multiple levels under the zoning code, the comp plan. But I think it's great that you guys are deferring this to give it more time.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Dines, do you have anybody else?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have TM. TM, you're up.
Yeah, this is Mark Morgan, Shiloh District. So we're asking for a special exemption for the zoning here, and then also going to be changing it from 50 feet to 90 feet. I'm bewildered about that because we already have a design for King George for this area that is currently agricultural, but soon to be industrial. Why are we changing it? Now we got to go back to, we have no plan. Everybody else is dictating the plan for King George County. Why do we not have a plan? Because the current board has not done the due diligence to seek guidance from the citizens and put forth a new comprehensive plan. We are pushing 2 years behind on a comprehensive plan. And we are being overrun with all kinds of issues. And so this is one of the issues. Why is this even being considered? First off, it hasn't been approved. So just like the Gibson project, when they did not vote the first night that it was supposed to, they were trying to put forth a secondary vote on conditions. They said they were advised by our lawyer, there's no need to do this on the conditions because it hasn't been approved. So this is an issue where we shouldn't even be talking about going from 50 feet to 90 feet because it hasn't been approved. Second thing is, if you do consider it, you're going from 50 feet to 90 feet. That's an 80% increase in height. Well, you said they increased the berm from 12 feet to 16 feet. Well, that's only a 33% increase in height. So basically, if you take the angle from Route 3 and you're looking up to the top of the building, or let's say you're looking from Route 3 over to the hill, the dump, that should be the height of the building. So that way the building does not increase eyesight beyond the current height that you're looking at, the height of the dump currently right now. But I think the biggest thing is we need to nail down our comprehensive plan. And right now, our economic team or planning commission, we're not going out and seeking businesses that are going to be good for King George that are in desire of our comprehensive plan. We're being approached by all of these outside companies, and it's extremely controversial. So we're having a lot of controversial issues. But if we get our comp plan done accurately the way and direction we want to go as King George, then that guides our decisions moving forward and can save a lot of heartache. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dines, you have anybody else?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Todd Fairfax. Mr. Fairfax, you're up.
Can you hear me?
Yep.
Todd Fairfax, James Madison District. Mr. Chair, let's talk about revenue. The Cloud Computing Cluster or Infrastructure Grant Fund found in the Code of Virginia requires a local match from the locality of at least twice the amount of infrastructure costs provided from the state level fund to the qualified company related to the construction of the facility as set forth in a performance agreement. As an example, the proposed performance agreement with Amazon Data Services found in the agenda packet for the December 19th, 2023 board meeting anticipates an estimated $336,360,000 in infrastructure costs. Multiply that number by 2 for the required local match. That's estimated $672,720,000. This money will be paid out of the tax revenue generated from ADS. Let's assume a similar performance agreement and local match will exist for this applicant and its end user. For the tax revenues you heard presented this evening, are those gross revenues before the grant fund local match payout? Or are those figures net revenues after paying out the local match? If the revenue figures are not net revenue, you should recognize that the actual revenue that will be left behind for King George County purposes is significantly less than what's been shown tonight. Regarding the performance agreement, who is the qualified company with whom this agreement will be entered into? GEV is the front company, much like Birchwood. Who will the county be left to deal with after the turnover? Given the millions in proffers offered before the campus is occupied, operational, and generating revenue, whose pockets are those proffers coming from? Surely as savvy businessmen, they are not going to invest all that they have invested so far without a fish on the hook, as it were, for an end user tenant. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dines, anybody else?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. Okay, I will now close public comment and the public hearing. Thank you. All right, I'm going to, since I didn't say anything for the last one, I will address this one. And since we're going to have these same conversations 2 meetings from now, I'm not going to go back around the board, if y'all don't mind. But I will say there's a common theme that I've heard tonight. We've only get 3 minutes. It's too short. We don't get our say. We try to give you your say, and it gets thrown back at us that it's your job to come up with these ideas. I have spent hours and hours and hours at IHOP, well, not Galleys. I need to get to Galleys. They have the best breakfast anyway. IHOP, Uncle Dave's, you name it, just around town meeting with folks. I've walked your farms, the people that are the most angry tonight. I've spent hours on your farm walking around so that you can show me why we need to vote against the Gibson Solar Farm. Okay? There's no need to be belligerent. There's no need to be rude. I'm open and available. We all are. We will make our time your time. But don't get pissy when we offer you a chance to have your say and then throw it back at us and say, no, that's your job. You're right, it is our job. But when we let you play, you can't get irritated with us because we're giving you a chance to have a say in it. That's all I got to say on that one. Do I have a motion? I'm assuming we won't, because this is contingent, I'm assuming we're going to push this to the 2 meetings as well. Have a motion?
Yeah, I'll make a motion. We defer this until last meeting in February.
Second. We have a motion on the floor, properly second. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye, motion carries. All right, we have 01-28, not a public hearing, Highway Corridor Overlay District.
Angela, I think you're up again.
That's included in this? That was included in your brief already, the highway? Okay, sorry about that. Okay. So we can make a motion to defer that as well.
Make a motion to defer 01 TAC 28 to the last meeting in February.
Motion made. Motion seconded. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? None heard. Motion carries. All right, action items. FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, members of the board. Here tonight to speak about the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant Award that we received back in December. I know some questions came up from the board meeting in December. I'm here to answer those questions. I have a presentation. For sake of time, we'll just go skip to probably the most important slides. Just real quick about the grant program. This is a unique grant program from FEMA that comes available to localities following a presidential disaster declaration. We've gotten grants through this program before, most notably the Fairview Beach Shoreline Project was awarded through this grant program, and also the LED sign we have at Company One was funded through this program. FEMA creates this program to help localities recover from disasters and build back stronger. And also there's a subsection of that for public messaging, which is what we hit on, because as it's been noted, we're in between TV markets and newspapers and stuff. So it's really hard for us to communicate to the citizens directly during the disaster or preparing for a disaster. This is an example of what we're looking to get. This is one of the vendors that I found online and I've reached out to answer some of the questions that came up. It is solar powered. It charges the battery, solar charging the onboard batteries. It can be stored inside. I know that question came up. And that would also increase its lifespan, but it's designed to be outside 24/7. If it was inside, we would just plug it into the shoreline to help maintain the batteries. It's easily towable, so we can deploy it pretty quickly. It's a programmable message board there, like that example right there. And it's all programmed. We can either program it there at the unit or online. Costs for the software and reoccurring costs is very minimum. There will be a cellular connection that we'd have to, pay for that. Depends on the vendor, the levels of programming you can get. But the cheapest one I found, I think we're going to be more around $1,000. I'm sorry, about $100 to $1,000 a year. Depends on what the features you want to be able to program remotely, but also to view the video and program the sign and also see some of the health of the batteries and the charging. So it all depends on what features you want there. But we'll be able to do that. Pull the video, review the video from the camera there. That'll be on top. It has a warranty. The camera will have a warranty, the supplier of the camera, the LED sign and stuff like that, all will have warranties. So the life cycle should be on the low end, 10 to 12 years. Again, if we keep it inside, probably extend that closer to, 15 years or so. Any other questions I can answer about the project? I know one question did come up about if we purchase a sign and realize 2-3 years down the road it just doesn't work for us, what can we do with that? Talking with VDM, they're still researching it because most of these projects are fixed structure projects. With this being a portable asset, the thought process would be that we would identify that for whatever reason we're not using it as much as we thought we would use it, and then we'll work with VDM to find a locality that would want to take over the project and take over the sign. But still waiting to hear back from VDM on that is the official answer to that question. So on the board report, did have a recommended action to accept the FEMA Hazard Mitigation Grant in an amount of $59,115. appropriate $56,300 from general fund balance to transfer to the local match of $2,815 from the Department of Fire and Rescue Emergency Service operating budget. Authorize the county administrator to sign. It's subject to form by the county attorney. And also on there has a breakdown of the funding: 75% federal, 20% state funds, 5% our local match. Then we get an additional 5% match management costs from FEMA for that project.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
So did they mention any software updates in any of this?
The information I've got so far from the vendors I've talked to, there's no software updates other than any software updates is part of the subscription cost that we pay annually.
Right. And on the subscription cost, you said $100 to $1,000. So
yeah. Yes, sir.
So that is based on, like, do you guys come back to us and say, you know what, we want the $100 one, or do you guys just go with the $1,000 one? And because I'm just thinking, like, you know, go ahead.
I think that, and I walked into that question from coming back, but I believe the money for the subscription would be in that line item for that next fiscal year operating budget.
Right. Yes.
So we would need to come back to you. We're here because you need to accept the grant, and they will roll any subscription, be it 100, 300, 800, into the fiscal year budget based on what they want to order from that menu,
yes.
how detailed it wants to be.
Yeah.
Okay. And my other question is, that thing's got a video feed. Who gets the video feed?
The video feed would be secure, and depends on the application, what we're using it for. Those users would have access to it at that point.
Which users?
So it's, you know, some examples that I thought that this, you know, trailer could be used for. If we're, you know, the fall festival, if we want to do some monitoring of some of the intersections or watching the crowd, you know, that would be a secure feed, you know, into the command post, or, you know, whatever officials need that. If we're doing some sort of traffic studies, let's say at the schools, they just want to watch how the bus loops work and stuff like that. That'd be that kind of, you know, feed. It wouldn't be public. It would be secure. And we would log in with a laptop or a computer to be able to view that feed.
Okay. So
if we were to share this with VDM, if it was an example where there's a traffic backup, you know, the snowstorm was a great example of that. When they closed 95 and all that traffic pushed over to 3 and 301, you know, we could share that feed with VDOT or Virginia EOC.
Okay, so that'd be the Sheriff's Department?
Yes, sir.
The County Administrator?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right, and the airtime for that feed, is that included in this? I mean, that feed is going to use some, like...
It would be a cellular account through Verizon or FirstNet. So we're thinking, you know, I think they're about $40 a month for a cell card. So,
okay.
Yes, sir.
I'd like to make a motion that we accept the FEMA hazard mitigation grant in the amount of $59,115, appropriate $56,300 from the general fund balance, and transfer the local match of $2,815 from the Department of Fire Rescue Emergency Service operating budget to the newly created GL line. Authorize the county administrator to sign it, subject to the form by the county attorney.
We have a motion properly made. Do I have a second?
Second.
Properly seconded. Any further discussion? This will be a roll call vote. Mr. Metz? Aye. Ms. Bender?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Mr. Davis?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Appointment of the local Board of Emergency Planning Board members.
all right, our next item up is for appointments and reappointments to the King George County Local Emergency Planning Committee. Recommended action, select a board member to serve on the LEPC committee. Supervisor Bender is currently serving as a Board of Supervisors rep. Appoint and reappoint these positions to the King George LEPC for a 2-year term. The new term begins on February 1st, 2026. A little background about what the LEPC is. The LEPC is a community group, elected officials, fire and rescue, sheriff's office, public health, environmental, certain tier industry representatives, tier 2, that report of their amount of hazardous chemicals that they have on site. And we get together quarterly and we review plans, review their submissions for the reporting records of what chemicals they have on their site, and just help the community, help the fire and rescue and public safety to prepare in the event there's an incident on one of these sites. And you have also, there's an attachment that's showing the proposed committee appointments. And again, the Supervisor Bender has served as a Board of Supervisors representative in the past. And action item is for y'all for the board to select a board member and appoint these members.
I have a question.
Yes.
Looking at the slate of board members on this, I'm seeing Julie Kaifa and Donna Wyrick of Birchwood Power Partners. Are they still needed on there?
Yes.
Okay. Why? What role do they play?
They have been, Birchwood has been on the LEPC since the beginning, at least my time, and they continue to serve and are interested in bring good information to the meeting, and are very supportive of the meeting.
You have questions?
Yeah, I didn't have a necessary question about the people on this board. I did look at the emergency plan and was a little surprised at how few tier 2 points there are, given the development of name your big gas stations. Maybe this group could take a look at, do we really have a good list of our tier 2 sites in the county?
I would say yes, we do. Gas stations, for an example, typically don't have to report because it is known that is a gas station. That's a great question for facilities that would have chemicals that the general public would not know. That's a typical, chemical they have in their process.
Okay, that would probably be part of my confusion there, because I think 7-Eleven at 205 was listed. It was an oddball one.
Right.
All right, thanks.
Supervisor Bender, do you still want to serve on this committee?
Yes, that would be fine.
Then I'd like to nominate Supervisor Bender to the King George County Local Emergency Planning Committee.
Second.
All right, we've got a nomination properly seconded. Any discussion?
Mr. Chair, before you go on, do you need the full slate or just the one board member?
They need to select the one board member, then typically you just have taken this list and just reappointed the list.
Motion for the
yes, motion.
Okay.
So motion for the slate as presented with Ms. Bender serving as the board representative.
So
As stated.
Yeah, recommend, you want to just amend that?
I would like to amend my motion to what was just stated, to Supervisor Bender in the slate.
I'll second that.
Properly seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry for the long wait.
Padre, come on up.
So, Mr. Chairman, if I may set the table for Padre before he comes up to the podium. So just as to get the board, your thought process, a little while back, we had a Project Exodus Homes before you, and they applied, GWRC applied, for the applicant for a planning grant. This is the same process, that would, look for the board support for this particular application. So I just want to kind of set the stage here before Padre comes up. So thank you, sir.
Good evening. Thank you again for your time and indeed for everything you do for our community. I have immense respect for what you do. Thank you very much indeed. And obviously for giving us the time to speak to you. Padre Lee Gandia, I'm the rector of St. Paul's Episcopal Church. And
I'm Whit Turner, Dahlgren District. I'm the senior warden at St. Paul's.
So basically what we are trying to do, those of you who are familiar with our campus, across the street from the church, we've got that empty field. We want to develop it build a community center with an op shop and a food bank. So bringing those two components together, but also a community center that will house space for our young people for indoor sport and coffee facility. We do have the support. Some of you may be familiar with the Trinity Wall Street church that owns all that land where Wall Street is. They give grants for churches to do this kind of thing. We are part of their pilot program, so they have been funding us to do a feasibility study, and they will support us up to build. But in order for us to actually build, we need some more funds. We are grateful for the generous support of families here in this community who are willing to help us. But in order to get more money, we need to submit an application for the grant from CBD. And our good friend Chip will be able to answer any questions about the grant process and the grant application. But really, this is just for us to let you know what we are planning to do and that we would like to submit an application for this grant.
Any questions for?
Yeah, just from my understanding, it's what's the purpose of this phase in the grant? Is this the study part of this project?
The grant itself has two components, a planning grant and the actual grant. I'll let you. Yeah, thank you, Bill.
I don't know. Padre was doing pretty good there. The process is two processes, just as he was saying. The planning portion is the very first process, which I have explained for the project we did last summer, August, September, and submitted, which we still haven't heard back from. But the state of Virginia and the Department of Housing and Community Development has a great process for considering their community development block grant program. They require applicants to do a planning phase, which is a community engagement phase, and it puts together basically a business plan and a feasibility plan for a bigger project. So you apply for the planning grant, you work with the Department of Housing and Community Development. If they award it, you go through the community engagement and the business plan and feasibility plan process. And if it turns out positive, then you're eligible to apply for the real money, which would be the money for construction. The planning grant that we're talking about tonight is a $75,000 grant. The implementation portion of it, should we get to that stage, is $1,250,000. Neither of these phases require a local match or anything like that. And I think what we're here, just to ask is, we're glad at GWRC to help with this process, just as we did with the housing planning grant. We just need your approval to move forward with it. We wouldn't want to engage DHCD without you, telling us to do so.
Thanks for that clarity. I mean, this phase will actually probably uncover a number of questions the community will have: location, traffic, compatibility, all that good stuff. So I think I'm
very much
good with this.
One thing, this is up for discussion tonight. I just wonder if we want to go ahead and make this an action item tonight. I think February's gonna be kind of busy. I hate to see Padre sitting here till almost 12 o'clock again.
I'm good with that.
It's well on the board.
Just really the support of the board. Yeah, just support.
It's the support of the board, yes. And we've sat down community development, social services with Padre at length a couple times. There's a lot of work they've already done, with this, a lot more than I expected when I first sat down. So it'd be a letter of support from the county to, because Mr. Boyles, correct me, we would actually be the county would be the applicant for the grant, but you would process it on our behalf.
Right, just like the one before, we'll fill in all the blanks, but CDBG funds can only go to a local government.
Yes.
And so you would officially be applying, and you would officially be the recipient if it got that far.
Are you okay with us taking it up, or do you want to come back again and stay with us all night long? Okay. I've enjoyed it.
I'm willing to stay for as long as it takes.
Okay.
All right, can I have a motion that is careful to leverage a great deal of work on the able shoulders of Mr. Boyle?
What's the language that we should use on this?
I think it's just simple enough to move that they support the effort for community development block grant for St. Paul's Episcopal Church through GWRC.
As stated.
Second.
We have a motion properly made, properly seconded. Do we have any further discussion? All those in favor say aye, or does it have to be a roll call? Okay. Mr. Metz?
Aye.
Mr. Stroud?
Aye.
Ms. Bender? Mr.
Aye.
Price? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much.
Again, we apologize for keeping you up all night.
Thank you.
It's going to be easy to find our cars.
All right. Now, over to Mr. Smolnick for his county administrator report, which he promised is going to be very, very short.
It will be short, but there are some information, people watch this, so I want to go through a couple of things. First of all, so looking at this upcoming weekend, I know there's a pending winter storm. Your staff's already making preparations. We've got a full-blown EOC meeting later on this week. So I just encourage the citizens to pay attention to KG Alert. Could be some closings this weekend for the library, for Parks and Rec, and possibly the convenience center. So just stay tuned to KG Alert. We'll put everything out there, but we are on top of it. We've got the appropriate people meeting to make sure that everybody's safe and we can run the services as soon as we can. Second item, I know at the first meeting in January, we talked about the state of county address. I got severely ill right after that, so there was a little bit of delay, but it is out to the public now. There was a KG alert that went out. I've got some feedback already. So that was on the website with my address along with a long list of accomplishments. Really proud of the staff and just encourage, we're going to build on that for 2026. Let's see. So we held a CIP public hearing at the Planning Commission on February 10th. I'm sorry, a CIP meeting presentation at the January meeting. On February 10th, we will hold the public hearing for the CIP at the Planning Commission. And they'll ultimately come to the board in the very near future. And then also, just as a reminder for the gentleman here, Ms. Bender, and for the citizens, it looks like we will be having a joint meeting with the Planning Commission. That will occur at 5:30 Wednesday, February 11th. And the way I see this playing out is that the Planning Commission recommended that we discuss the comprehensive plan. I see that as the first half of the meeting. Then the Planning Commission can adjourn. And then we will have a discussion on the facilities that we've been discussing. I will have the appropriate staff here, and at the end of that meeting, I hope to have the board, go through the exercise to create a priority list for all these projects that we have, because then we need to start thinking about how we're going to fund them. We're already, meeting with Davenport, but this is going to be a very important meeting. So that'll be February 11th at 5:30. And I know the comprehensive plan was discussed tonight. So that was approved August 1 of 2019. So August 1, 2024 was our 5-year deadline. So, looking at state code, it just says the planning commission, at least once every 5 years, the comprehensive plan shall be reviewed by the planning commission to determine whether it is advisable to amend the plan. There's no comprehensive plan, a place who are going to come find us because it was not updated. State code is very open, very vague. But I do want to report, and looking at this timeline, King George is going through some pretty immense turnover summer and into the fall of 2024. I wanted to make sure we got the right staff members in place, and that RFP did hit the streets last Friday. So for all the citizens out there, for the board members, it is on the streets. So we have begun that process. I've reviewed the RFP myself, very confident we will get some very qualified candidates, and look forward to that process playing out in the future. And Mr. Chairman, that is all I have for my report tonight.
Thank you, sir. Excellent. All right. Actually, before we get to that, I'm sorry, I'm about to skip public comment.
Does anybody want to speak?
All right. I'll open the floor for secondary public comment to address meeting items only. Comments will be limited to 3 minutes per person in order to afford everyone the opportunity to speak. Please provide your full name and district when submitting your public comment so that it can be properly recorded and included in the public record. Is there anybody who would like to speak? No? Anybody get any correspondence? Mr. Dines, you got anybody online?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. All right, hit it, bud.
Did you close it?
Thank you. I will now close public comments.
All right.
It was implied.
Mr. Chair.
Sir.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors convene in closed session pursuant to 2.2-3711.A.7, consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to actual or probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigation posture of the public body. I invite the county administrator, the county attorney as needed because they are deemed necessary and or their presence will reasonably aid the board in its consideration of one or more of the topics to be discussed pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3712F.
Second.
A motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. Motion carries. We're now in closed session.
Hit it. Gotta hit it, man. Mr. Chair,
Sir.
I move that the King George County Board of Supervisors return to public meeting.
A second.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Okay.
What else you
All
got?
right.
Well, we got to do that.
Where's that at?
You all say aye and then we do this.
Oh,
We need to make
sorry.
a
Yeah,
statement
thank you. Yep. So the motion on the floor has been properly seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Chair votes aye. Motion carries.
Mr. Chair,
Sir.
the King George County Board of Supervisors certified by a vote that only the public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and no action was taken.
So certify.
Second.
Second.
All right, now hit it.
So certify.
Mr. Metz.
So certified.
Ms.
So
Bender.
certify.
Mr. Davis.
So certified.
Chair certifies. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
You actually have to read
Second.
something.
Oh, do I have to read it? Where's the,
Look at the
Sure.
agenda.
The motion to adjourn.
Want me to make the motion to adjourn?
We're going to let him, we're going to teach him.
That's what we're looking for.
Yeah. I'd like to make a motion, we adjourn the Board of Supervisors Tuesday, February the 3rd, 2026 at 5:30 PM in the boardroom of the River Calm Building located at 10459 Courthouse Drive, King George, Virginia, 22485.
second.
Motion properly seconded. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Chair votes aye. We're now adjourned.
Really mad.
Nice job, folks.